Microphones on.
Microphone check 1 2. What is this?
Domas going against Wilt Chamberlain right there. Goodness gracious. You couldn't have told me DeAndre Ayton didn't have 50 last night.
That man was balling last night. He was a bucket.
I thought he had 50 and was 25 of 25 from the field.
He was a bucket.
That dude. Problematic.
What's going on, guys? I see you guys were gambling on when we would start today.
Well, we're on time. It's live, pal. We made it. We made it and came in, looked at the board. Jesse looked at the board. We're all looking around. Are we good? Are we going to make it? Now the show starts.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
What's good, baby? Unfortunately, those are the only bars we're going to hear from Young Zell today.
Dang.
But wherever you are, we appreciate you for being with us here on this Wednesday, February 15th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me.
He is Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And if you're watching on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, we welcome you. If you're watching on youtube.com/ESPN1320, we appreciate you for joining us. Hit the thumbs up, hit the subscribe buttons. While you're over there, if you're listening on the Odyssey app, as we've learned today, many of you are.
Thank you.
Very, very, very much thank you. And for those going old school on 1320 AM or new school on 98.5 FM HD2, we really do appreciate you being with us as the All-Star break for the Sacramento Kings and for Kings fans is officially underway. Unfortunately, not going out the way we hoped with the Sacramento Kings losing last night in Phoenix and honestly just getting outplayed from beginning to end for the most part by the Phoenix Suns, 120 to 109. We joked for those on the stream as I removed kind of the pre-show graphic. It was Domantas Sabonis versus Wilt Chamberlain last night. As I know I tweeted something at halftime or around halftime that DeAndre Ayton had 17. It felt like DeAndre Ayton had 50. It felt like DeAndre Ayton was scoring every single time he touched the ball. I finally had to pull up the box score because in my head I had convinced myself he had to have been perfect from the field. Like he couldn't have missed a shot. He did. He didn't miss very many. He did miss a shot, but I must have missed. I must have blinked, sneezed, grabbed some water, gotten some dinner. I missed virtually every shot DeAndre Ayton didn't make because it just felt like he was unstoppable last night.
Hey, man, DeAndre Ayton.
I'm sorry. Oh, Chris Paul just got 3 more assists. Just since Young Zell's rap ended. Chris Paul got 3 more assists.
Hey, man, that dude DeAndre Ayton, he is a bucket. He is a bucket. Man. Yeah. This dude can score. He's a good. I was gonna say good to above average rebounder for his size. You probably want him to do a little bit more on the boards, but he is a bucket. We know that for sure. That's something that you can't ever take away from him. And he was on full display last night. Full display.
Yeah,
it was a problem last night.
Yeah, the old man was pretty good as well.
Oh man. Jeez.
Yeah, got to be honest, didn't see that coming either. 19 assists. That's Chris Paul. I could see that. The 17 points didn't expect that.
I mean, he was doing what we said you can't let him do.
Yep.
And that's hang around that mid range.
Yep.
Close his airspace. Stay tight on him. And if he wants to go to, matter of fact, you could play, on his hip the entire time and leave a gateway to the basket. And if he wants to take that, go ahead and take that. But that never really happened.
He would say, take that.
Yeah. and they never made him make that decision. It felt like.
Unrelated. I thought Diddy's Super Bowl commercial was funny.
Oh yeah,
Diddy doesn't
Yeah,
do
yeah.
jingles.
yeah.
Yeah, I thought
I
that
like
was
that.
funny.
I like that. Shout out to Puff.
Yesterday's show was a bit of a blur, given the way that it started. As a matter of fact, 24 hours ago, we weren't actually on the air yet yesterday. Yesterday's game went exactly as we said it would. Like, if things go bad for the Kings, like, how do the Kings lose tonight against Phoenix? Chris Paul, DeAndre Ayton, and I think we all knew Devin Booker.
Yeah.
Like, there's no story there. We all knew Devin Booker was going to do his thing. Chris Paul creates and gets, I think the number was 15 plus points. And we talked about being concerned about how the game was officiated and what DeAndre Ayton's impact would be. The officiating, I think, only comes into play when you realized I thought Sabonis got roughed up quite a bit yesterday.
I thought so too.
And they let it ride.
Yeah.
That's just the way they decided to officiate that. The game went exactly as we were concerned about, and there wasn't enough on the Kings offensive end, and we'll get to this. Outside of our guy,
Sensational.
that bench was a disaster last night.
It was non-existent last night, and it was almost like 3-on-3 basketball. But the killer to me, Damian, last night was we kind of mentioned him, and we're like, we kind of like him, solid. Josh Okogie putting up 19.
Yeah,
I mean that can't happen. And we like the guy. We think he's a good contributor, a good ball player. But you can't allow Booker to do what he does, Chris Paul to do what he does, Ayton to do what he does, and then Okogie put up 19 on 8 of 13 from the field. That's tough. That's tough, man.
Okogie, and here also is, it'll be different, of course, for this team when Kevin Durant arrives and plays. He was obviously in the building last night, but when he's on the floor in uniform, it'll be a little bit different for them. But you look at the fact, Okogie, who you just mentioned, dude played 39 minutes last night. Chris Paul played 37. DeAndre Ayton played 36. DeAndre Ayton, Josh Okogie, not worried about those two. Chris Paul playing 37. Said it before. I always preface it with this. I am a Chris Paul guy. I know he's a polarizing figure and people kind of feel a certain way about him. I love Chris Paul. But we all know, just even as basketball fans, what the concern is for Chris Paul. What he does in game 60, nobody checking for that.
Right.
Is he going to be playing in game 3, 4, 5 of the first, second, third round, whatever it may be? Like, is Chris Paul going to be able to stay healthy? And, playing 37 minutes last night to close out the All-Star break. Of course, none of them have anything to do this weekend. I'm sure Chris Paul will be there. I'm sure some of these guys will be there. Chris Paul, I'm sure, has other duties there at the All-Star game. But in terms of basketball activities, these guys don't have anything to do. They really did just leave it out there. They just left it all out there on the floor. And I don't even know if that was their last game, come to think about it.
That's the thing about it. So that was the surprising thing. I thought maybe the Kings would do that. And there was times when I thought Mike was doing that. I think he went to Domas a little earlier in the fourth than he probably normally would. Just saying, hey,
37 minutes for Domas, essentially 38.
We're about to have, 9 days off. Like, let's try and get this W. So, I thought they did. Fox played 38 minutes or whatever the case may be. But I was surprised that Phoenix was doing that because they do play another game on Thursday. And, maybe they're going to be looking at that game as, the game where they allow for rest or whatever the case may be. But they had Chris Paul out there.
Rest that one.
They had Chris Paul out there. And this is kind of the thing that I talk about. I don't know if it's going to go this way because they're in two different situations. But when everybody's like, man, we need some bench depth to give these guys some rest. Like, no, you guys are going to start playing. You guys are going to be playing. And Phoenix with Ayton and Paul, and I know Booker only played about 30 minutes last night. He's coming off an injury. That has something to do with that. But in the second half, that's what you're looking at.
He's coming off of an injury. Him and De'Aaron also bumped heads that I think had him feeling a certain way, and he went to the bench shortly after that.
I was talking crazy about Devin. When I was in my living room, boy, when that happened, you should have heard what I had to say. I ain't even gonna say it.
When they bumped heads?
Yeah.
I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine.
Y'all want to know what I said? Tune into the commercial. I'll tell you what I said, because y'all know how I am, man. I'm just talking.
There isn't another show in America that tells you to turn in during the commercial break to find out what Kenny was yelling at Devin Booker during that game. We'll get to how bad this bench was. De'Aaron Fox, 35 points. Ain't on.
It ain't on.
De'Aaron, this is not on you.
Everybody else, this is on you. De'Aaron, this is not on you.
Not on you. Well, I mean, Domas, to be fair, had 24 and 15.
Domas, his game was crazy because, I was just watching a little bit. Like I was doing some other stuff. I was cooking Valentine's Day dinner last night.
Oh, very nice. What'd you cook?
We had some steak.
Okay.
We had some asparagus. We had some potatoes.
Very nice.
It was good.
Asparagus in the oven or on the grill?
In the oven.
Okay. I like that. Yeah.
It was some good stuff, man. So I was doing that. So I wasn't really locked into the first half. I didn't really get locked. It was on. I was doing some other stuff. I say all that to say, like, I was watching a little bit in the third quarter, and I was like, dang, DeAndre Ayton, he a tough matchup for Sabonis. His size might be an issue. Like you said, Sabonis was getting roughed up a little bit. I wasn't looking at the numbers. I was just looking at the gameplay. I was like, man, it's messed up. Still got 24 and 15.
Yeah. Well, he
on 7 of 12.
Well, 7 of 12. Well, I guess that's the key point, though. He 7 of 12, which means those points came from somewhere. He was 10 of 10 at the foul line.
Mm-hmm.
So as much as you looked at that game, or I won't speak, as much as I looked at the game thinking, damn, they are letting Sabonis get rocked down there. He did go to the foul line. He took double-digit free throw attempts. Mm-hmm. He probably could have taken damn near twice that if they had called the game a little bit more consistently. Not saying that's why they won or lost, just saying officiating and the way you officiate Sabonis. I was actually, when we made that statement yesterday, was looking at it from the other end. Is he going to be able to be physical with DeAndre Ayton? The thing I wasn't prepared for was DeAndre Ayton is extremely comfortable 7 to 10 feet from the basket. I think the first play was him just below the free throw line. Pop. Just a pop. It wasn't back to the basket. I'm going, I'm going at, one of the toughest centers in the league, one of the strongest centers in the league. Ayton was like, no, I'm good. I'm going to work with Chris Paul to find my space at the rim. And that, again, is what we were talking about yesterday. Is like, why was it ever a question whether Ayton and Chris Paul could work together? DeAndre Ayton feels like the player Chris Paul loves. So all of this, whether it's Monty and Chris, whether it's Monty and DeAndre, whatever the thing is there in Phoenix, they work through that. This team's very, very dangerous.
Yeah, they
this year and next year.
They're stacked. And then also last year, it wasn't like he did a whole hell of a lot. But TJ Warren decided to play for the first time in 20 years. Oh, yeah, well, I'm playing tonight.
I thought he went to Brooklyn.
He did. And he was part of the trade.
See, I assumed that when he got the call.
Yeah.
And just I missed that. I had no idea he was a part of the trade.
Now,
as soon as they said TJ Warren, I'm like, what? Because I think Mark pointed out the ovation you're hearing is for TJ Warren. Like, what the hell is he doing? Was he in the crowd? What was he doing there?
For all you fact checkers, I know he did play some games in Brooklyn, like 10, but still, I know he played. But TJ Warren here, it's all good. He's playing. I ain't seen that man play since NBA was on NBC.
He got the JaVale McGee treatment. We'll come back. We're just getting started. We're happy you're here with us. We're with you for the next 4 hours. I forgot to. Joe Davidson joining us. Joe Davidson will be with us next hour. James Ham, final hour of this show. Much more ahead. We're just getting started. It's D'Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Lake Show.
Okay.
Bench doesn't equal consistent. Adding Josh Richardson would have made the bench consistent. I mean, that's opinion based. There's no facts behind that.
So but Josh Richardson brings consistency. Can we also point out Malik Monk was?
That's what I'm saying.
Come on, man.
We talking about we evaluating the bench right now. Where the best bench player didn't even play last night. And then Trey Lyles, he had abnormal game for what he's played this year. I think Trey Lyles has been pretty consistent this year.
Yeah.
I don't know what his overall
I think he's
numbers
been the
are.
most consistent.
Yeah, but Trey Lyles is not. He's averaging 7 points, 3.6 rebounds. It feels like he's averaging 10 and 5 because that's what you feel like you're getting from Trey Lyles every time he steps out there. So last night he had 4. That wasn't typical.
So let's ride with all of the let's ride with all of the hindsight guys. Leezy's always king of the hindsight. Sure could have used the defensive center against Ayton yesterday. Man. No doubt. You gonna play that defensive center 37 minutes, Leezy? You gonna go, you know what? Man. You know what? 25 and 15. Sit your ass down so we can put Mason fucking Plumlee out there. God damn, man. Y'all are ridiculous.
Y'all gotta stop.
Y'all are ridiculous.
Y'all gotta stop this, man. Y'all gotta stop.
What would have happened if Dwayne Dedman couldn't get Dwayne Dedman on the buyout market? Y'all are goofballs, man.
Come on, man. Y'all better than that.
Talking to you, Leezus.
Y'all
come
better
on,
than
man.
That.
Could have used a defensive center last night. Unless you're talking about Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Leezy.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I was gonna say Nate G as KC. What were you gonna say about Book? So that happened, and Book gets here. Stands there, he gets hit in the mouth. I'm sitting there on the couch. I'm like, quit crying, bitch.
Come on, man. What are you doing?
Devin Booker brings that type of now I fool with Book. I like him a lot more than I used to. Like I saw him in the first playoff run. I was like, I kind of fool with Book. So I like him. I like him. And mind you, this is just the competitive. I'm out on the court talking. Like this ain't person to person. I wouldn't call that man out of his name in real life. You know what I mean? But I'm sitting there, I'm competitive or whatever. He does all the quick crying, bitch.
Call that man a bitch.
I got love for Devin Booker, man. I got love for him, man. It wasn't nothing real about that. It was nothing real about that.
Y'all on Book because he's light skinned, and I know it. Like that's what it is. Like y'all calling him y'all on Book because he light skinned.
But look, real talk though, I like Book, man. He got a little edge to him, man. He got edge to him. He does do all that. He chirps all that, but he got a little edge to him, man. I didn't like him too much at all going into the I didn't like him too much at all before. I like this game, but I just didn't like his whole demeanor. Mm-hmm. And then when they first made that playoff run and he was getting after it, I was like, I kind of like this dude, but like he got a little edge to him, man. I kind of like him, man. But he like Dr. David said, man, he got that look that when you're going up against him, you'll say something like that, man. When you're going up against him, that's what you're gonna say. It was close. I remember it. It was.
I did.
He said shit, huh?
Yeah.
I did.
I don't think he.
I think he did.
I don't think he was going to say that. He might have been about to say something else, but it came out as shit.
I think he. I dumped it.
I remember to bringing that up in a commercial break, but I forgot.
Do you remember what I said?
You were talking about Phoenix and some of the standings, and it's like, oh, that's not going to mean shit or something like that, and then I had to dump it. Congratulations.
Huh.
It was super casual though, because everyone just kept going. Like no one in the chat said anything either.
Wasn't Plumlee getting worked by Looney last night? I don't know about worked. Leezy, you're missing a point, Brick Dog. It's not about everybody getting back being an all-star. It's about you and others putting a little too much stock in these guys. Once again, like I said, Plumlee probably wouldn't have stopped DeAndre Ayton because he wasn't going to be in the game, like Damian was talking about.
That's the whole point.
I see you, Jesse. I see you. You know what I'm saying? We out here.
Live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. Apparently that stream is a little bit more eventful than I remember it being. So you gotta tap in every once in a while. Sometimes you get content that doesn't make the air, including Kenny's take on Devin Booker yesterday. So that's definitely worth going out of your way.
It's just competitive, Book. It's just competitive. You know what I mean? I never
out of pocket.
I never say that. Fine. I never say that in real life.
Just when you're yelling at your TV.
Man. Yeah, just we competitive. You know what I'm saying? We just competitive.
He was good last night, man, and he stays good. Nothing surprising about Devin Booker's performance. I don't want to gloss over what De'Aaron Fox did last night either. He had 35 in last night's loss. He was 7 of 8 from the free throw line. He was 4 of 7 from beyond the arc, and it was his 3rd straight 30-plus point game. He's headed into the All-Star break playing really, really well. It'll be great on Thursday when they introduce him with the All-Star MVP trophy.
Right. That'd be crazy.
And then the Rising Stars Challenge MVP and the 3-point champion all there in this.
I was thinking about, because the game is usually pretty trash, right? But it's go time once we get into the it's really the Elam ending, but the Kobe ending. I mean, I don't know who's going to be on the floor then, but I mean, the most clutch player in the league probably should be.
Should be, yeah. He'll be out there. I mean, Kyrie should be out there. The interesting thing to watch, I don't know that LeBron would want to be out there. LeBron probably looking around like, how many minutes in this thing do I got to play? No, it'll be interesting. It'll definitely be interesting to see who's on the floor in that final stretch.
But I watched that game last night, and my guy Devin Booker was out there hooping, right? And I got the sense that Book, because this is what he does, and this is like seriously why I fool with him. He probably went out last night saying, I didn't make the All-Star team. De'Aaron did. I'm an All-Star. I'm about to go to work. I'm about to make it a point to prove why I should have been an All-Star, and why the only reason I didn't is because I got hurt, and I should be in that same like Steph category, where even if I get hurt, you better still put me on the All-Star. Yeah, I think he came out like that. And you know what? He had a good game. But you know who didn't fold under them lights? Who didn't fold under, that energy from Book? That was De'Aaron Fox. De'Aaron Fox right there like, no, Book, you might be an All-Star, but I'm for real. I'm for real an All-Star as well. And I love to see those two going back. I love to see the way De'Aaron Fox was playing last night and answering the call in that situation and having a big game of his own in a certain way. Because, I talked about this with the Mavericks games and other games in the past. I mean, I loved seeing the game within the game a little bit last night with those guys competing and really playing at a high level. It was some good stuff. And I'm glad to see Fox was up for the challenge and is on that level.
All right, we'll open up the phone lines for you. Forgot to mention that. Please forgive me. 916-909-1320. I think Devin Booker and does that type of stuff set in. Plus the fact that outside of Kevin Durant, if you want to count that, the Suns don't have an All-Star. And obviously, they are right now the 4 seed. And they obviously, as we saw last night, they're a good team now that everyone expects to be better. So I'm sure they have a little bit of a little bit of a chip on their shoulder. But for Book, it's like, Book, everybody knows you're an all-star. Everybody knows you're an all-star player. an all NBA player. You've played 30-something of almost 60 games. Played like 32 of 60 games, 33 maybe now of 60 games. It's okay you didn't get the mid-season nod. Keep doing what you're doing. You're gonna get the big. You're gonna get the one that matters more in that all NBA nod at the end of the season.
It's not okay for him though. That's what I love.
And that's all right.
That's what I love. That's what I do love. Right. It's not okay because you're right. You're 100. Like that's logical. And Book is like, nah, it's not all right.
Like anybody watching Kawhi Leonard thinking he's not an all-star?
Right.
Like Kawhi Leonard right now, he's pacing towards being an all-pro player again.
He was cooking.
Didn't make the all-star team for reasons similar to Book. But we'll talk about Los Angeles and Golden State in a little bit. But oh my goodness, Kawhi Leonard. My goodness, but
Kawhi looking like he's back.
I will Z'd some numbers here on the Clippers. Very, very generic form of Will Z and some numbers.
Okay,
we'll have those for you.
I did some numbers too. I did some math last night too.
Little Will Z wannabes here on D-Lo and KC. It doesn't take a lot of Will Z statistical work to realize the Kings bench outside of Terrence Davis last night was terrible. As a matter of fact, that's not a stretch. In fact, saying they're terrible might be a little bit kind. Outside of a field goal from Trey Lyles, no one else scored. Trey Lyles hit a field goal and I think some free throws. Terrence Davis scored 11. That was it.
Damn.
And to revisit an old conversation, you got nothing from Davion. You got nothing from anybody else. That second unit, and you go back and you look at the way that they've played in other games. You look at the way that they played in that second game versus Dallas. We talked about how impactful this bench unit is for Sacramento and how different games are. I think it was the 1-point Houston or 2-point, whatever it was, win against Houston, where I think it was that game where the starters were terrible, but the bench was on point. The starters collectively were maybe not terrible, weren't very good, but the second unit was on point. Last night, that second unit was nowhere to be found.
Yeah, and they really needed that punch from the second unit because they were hanging around a lot. Like they never really let the game get completely out of hand. You know, looked like Phoenix wanted to run away a little bit, get it to 9, get it to 11. And they're like, no, we'll hit a 3 here. We'll get it back down to 6. And I felt like they needed that little punch from the bench to kind of put them over the top, whether it was Trey Lyles or, you know, maybe if Kessler Edwards would have been able to hit, you know, the 3 he took or something like that. Some spark from the bench, Davion Mitchell, to kind of help guide this thing and bring it on home to a point where they could get it to 2, you know, maybe take the lead in the fourth quarter. And that never really came last night. It was a rough night for the bench.
It might have been the Pacers game. Looking back at the box scores, I'm trying to figure out what game that was. It could have been the Pacers game. Davion was out that one, but the bench had scoring contributions from Trey, Chemezi, TD, Malik, and then just nothing from Davion, from Keegan Murray, and not enough even from Domas and Kevin Huerter. Again, that was a game De'Aaron was out. But the point being, the bench is such a difference maker for this team. And man, when they're as non-existent as they were last night, it's going to be tough for them to win games. It's going to be tough for the Kings to win games.
And it's going to be tough for that bench to be what we hope it can be and what we kind of expect it to be when the best player on the bench isn't there. You know,
yeah, that's
Malik Monk is I don't have the number exactly in front of me, but he's like, 15 points a game maybe on the season. Like that's a huge number to take away from your bench. 15 points, and ask other guys to make that up, because usually what makes the bench so good is you get 15 from Malik, and then you get an additional 11 from Trey Lyles, or maybe 11 from Terrence Davis, and 7 or 8 from that. That's what makes it great. But saying, hey, let's remove 15 and then ask those other guys to step up, that's tough sometimes.
With that said, though, Terrence has stepped up and played really, really well in Malik's absence. Ideally, you want those two to be able to play really, really well together.
Right.
But you're right. I'm 100% with you. It's different when Malik isn't there.
Think about it like this. Like say Terrence made up for Malik's numbers. Just he filled in and did what Malik normally would do. There's games when Malik does that and the bench does what they did last night, and it's not enough. We'll come in here and we'll be like, man, Malik scored, but nothing from Trey Lyles, nothing from Metu.
Right.
So it's essentially the same thing last night. Usually when you have Terrence playing well and Malik playing well, that makes you have a super bench, right? And Trey Lyles playing well, that makes you have a super bench. And really what happened last night was it was essentially as if you had Malik Monk there and nobody else showed up. Terrence Davis played the role of Malik Monk.
It never felt like the Kings were out of last night's game, and it never felt like they were going to win. I was like, I don't know if it's late. I don't think they have the punch to do it. And I thought, all right, your one hope right now is probably De'Aaron. Then I thought, man, Devin Booker can go toe-to-toe with De'Aaron. So even if De'Aaron goes off, it could just get offset, and that gets you nowhere.
Yeah.
I was like, they get within 4. Next possession, it would be 6. Like I felt like they couldn't maintain that arm's reach long enough to really. They'd find DeAndre Ayton 4 feet from the basket, and he just pop it in and be on his way.
And they had a couple. The one most frustrating play probably in that entire fourth quarter was when there was 3 or 4 Kings around the rebound, the defensive rebound. They let it bounce around, and I forgot exactly who it was, maybe Torrey Craig or somebody. It just somehow came up with the basketball, and that led to a bucket. And it's like, come on, man, what are we doing out here, guys? What's going on here?
916-909-1320. Let's get to our man Brendan here. Brendan, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's going on, big dog?
Just a couple of points. Something I saw earlier in the season, I don't know if it was that first 4-game stretch where they lost or a little bit further than that, but I watched Sabonis against big centers. People like Ayton, big guys, even JaVale McGee, people like that. There's something missing there. I don't know if it's just the size or the athletic ability of those guys, how they move, something about that's going to be a problem. I saw him get in foul trouble earlier in the season, and he was catching a bunch of fouls against guys like that and stuff. That's a little bit of worry. Other than that, it's the bench thing. They're going to have to switch things up a little bit. The teams are getting wise to what the Kings do. You know what I mean? They're getting wise to what Malik comes in and Sabonis is on the court. Well, they're going to play pick and roll. Malik's not going to be able to give all those passes off to Sabonis after the break. People are going to be watching film. They're going to be looking at that. They're going to have to switch things up. They're going to have to get that Edwards guy involved, I believe, because he's a big guy. He's got range and everything. They're going to need some defense. But they're going to have to switch things up a little bit, I think, to be successful going forward, because people have seen enough film on the Kings now. They know what they're doing.
That's interesting. B, real quick before you go, where are you from?
Jonesboro, Arkansas.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. We appreciate you. Thanks, B. Thanks for tapping in.
Now, I will say this. I disagree with Brendan.
Yeah.
Pretty much all the way through. Although the Sabonis thing, I understand. Like, it's like, man, JaVale's bigger than him. Ayton's bigger than him. That looks like a tough matchup.
We've had the Steven Adams conversation before about how just things are more difficult when he goes against someone as big and as strong.
It's difficult, but the production's there.
Mm-hmm.
The production's always there. JaVale, it looked like a problem. Like, man, JaVale, he gives some problems. 24 and 11. Ayton, he gives some problems. 24, 15 and 7. Like, the production is still there.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I don't think that is much of an issue. And then when, Brennan, and he's not alone, others say teams kind of hip to what the Kings want to do and they've kind of figured it out. Not really.
Well,
they're getting buckets damn near every night. Last night, they just got nobody on the bench to produce. The starters played well.
Yeah, that's the thing. We talk about, but Brendan kept saying after the break, like teams like the break is literally just that. It's just a stoppage in games. Like I'm guessing most of these guys aren't diving into Sacramento Kings film for the next 10 days. I'm guessing most guys probably aren't diving into film at all until they get back with their teams and are preparing for their first opponent. No one's studying the Sacramento Kings. First team out the gate is a team the Kings have only seen once, and it's the Portland Trail Blazers. And that's a team that, they're a little sketchy right now, especially after what happened to Anthony Simons last night. But I don't like the break is just that. It's just a break. It's just a stoppage in play. And I don't think there's this big reset. There's this big recalibration. It's like, all right, guys, let's go get those Sacramento Kings. Like, no, I think that's not happening. The MO on the Kings, I think, is pretty clear. Play big, guys. Thanks, Jason Kidd, for reminding the league of that a couple of days ago. And try to slow down their scoring. We'll be able to get points against them, but will we be able to get as many points as they do? Right. And if they get hot, we're stuck.
Right.
There are things that you can throw at them. The book on the Kings is already out there. Again, we're damn near 60 games into this. The book is out there. Coaches have read it. They know what's in it. It's a question of whether the JaVale McGee's, the big centers, the big guys, can they slow this down? Can they neutralize Domantas Sabonis? And can they keep Herter and Keegan from getting hot? Can they keep De'Aaron out of the paint and off of the foul line? Can they do those things to actually execute what's in their playbook? And that's still to be determined.
If I was trying to figure out what to do with the Kings, and I think this is what people around the league are doing, is I would take the Toronto game and look at that as maybe a blueprint, because they frustrated Sabonis. They made him play one-on-one while clogging up the passing lanes for him. And that seemed to be effective. But even then, it's like, I don't know. Like me, I ask Will Z every time they have a bad offensive outing and everything. I was like, Will Z, what's the wide open three situation looking like? They're getting the same amount. It's just whether or not they're gonna make them that night. Like, that's really what it comes down to. Nobody has really shut down this team offensively. They don't shut them down.
Yeah.
The Kings are streaky shooters. They have guys that, are hot sometimes and other times are not. And honestly, it's whether or not they take care of the ball. That's what we see a lot of the times on the road. Last night, I don't think it didn't feel like that was much of an issue last night. But in other games in the past, like if they're turning the ball over, that's an issue. They had 17 turnovers last night. So it's not good. Like it's too many. So if they're taking care of the basketball and they're hitting a decent amount of their shots, like last night, they had 14 threes. You cut those turnovers down to 9 instead of 17, you might win that game. You know what I mean? Like that's what it comes down to for me. Like nobody's figured them out. Like they're gonna get their 120 if they're taking care of the basketball and knocking down shots.
Domas in that Toronto game that you mentioned, 9 points, 8 rebounds, 4 assists, 9 turnovers.
That's when he had like 17 turnovers in 2 games, I think.
Oh, that was tough. It was Minnesota the next night. And where's Domas there? Oh, it's not that one. Maybe it was the Memphis one the night before.
Yeah, it was Memphis. Yep. And they played. They scored 133 that night. By the way.
And he turned the ball over 8 times.
Yeah.
He turned the ball over. My God. How did the Kings win that game? Yeah. Oh, that was that crazy 4-minute stretch at the end
where they just they
turned
the third quarter and middle of the fourth. Or third quarter to the end of the game. They just destroyed the Grizzlies.
They turned the ball over 25 times in that game. They outscored the Grizzlies in that quarter 33-10. And then I think there was an 8-minute point where it was like 30-14 or something like that, 30-6 or something absurd
crazy
like that. Wow. Yeah. 17 turnovers in 2 games for Domas.
Will Z tapping in. Kings had 17 wide open threes and 18 open threes last night, right around their averages of 19.6 wide open threes a game and 14.3 open threes a game. They hit my number. They had 14 threes.
I did, yeah.
It's this number was lower than what you normally like them. It was at 23. But looking at it, the 17 turnovers, that's just too much. And I don't know the points off of turnovers, but
14 to 7 was the 3-point differential. Like they only made 7. I think the points off of turnovers was pausing for dramatic effect. 17
points off turnovers for the Suns.
Yeah.
I think did what they were supposed to do. You coughing it up, you make them pay for it.
What did you think of Kessler Edwards yesterday?
He was okay.
He played. He got some time out there.
Yeah. He was okay. I don't want to make this like a competition because I don't feel that way. If Kessler's getting run and he's doing a good job and playing to the level he did last night. Phoenix had 25.
I can never remember if it's the points in parentheses next to the number I forget it every single time when I look at the
25 points off. Thanks,
Ramsey. And I'll absolutely forget on Thursday or on Friday when we do this again.
25 points off of 17 Kings turnovers. That's kind of the game a little bit right there. But Kessler Edwards looked fine. What I was going to say about like not making it a competition, I was going to bring up KZ. He didn't look any different than KZ, but it's not really about those two. But it's like, my thing is just play KZ, but it's whatever. I would just play KZ Okpala because I think he looks really good on the defensive end when he gets his opportunities. But I guess that's just not in the cards.
Let's get in Kamara right quick. 916-909-1320. What's up, attorney at law?
What's going on, fellas? Last night's game was interesting, man, because I can say one of the few games this year that I felt Mike Brown was actually outcoached. I don't know if you guys saw that.
Explain.
Okay, so I thought Phoenix did a great job in the beginning of freeing up Chris Paul with schemes and getting him, rubbing guys off, getting him Chris Paul to get into the lane, and the adjustments with like the lack of, drop downs. And in the second half, I turned off the game after early in the third quarter. I was like, okay, they're not making adjustments. Phoenix is just gonna run away with this game. And even with the benching of Keegan, I saw it later. Mike Brown he's been knocking out the park all year, so I'm not too much on him, but I still believe that Sacramento can beat this Phoenix team. I saw some of the doomsday online, like, oh man, they're just so much better than us. I'm like, yeah, Phoenix might be a better team, but I don't think that was represented, including the fact that they had a lot of 3-point plays or continuation plays just from bad defensive matchups, excuse me. And I don't think that was a true representation of that team against Phoenix. I think Mike Brown, if you ask him internally, he might say, hey, there's some things I could have done to kind of alleviate Chris Paul getting so easy into the lane. Alleviate Devin Booker looking like, he was just kind of having he was kind of having a workout there. Like it was a weird game to watch just from a scheme. I don't know. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, we'll address that. We'll come back. Phone lines will stay open for you. 916-909-1320. We'll talk more Kings basketball when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Filthy nasty.
Yeah, I caught it. I caught it. Yeah, I don't know that I'd go as far as say Mike got out coached. It's Chris Paul. I mean, that's tough. Yeah.
I agree, Robinson. I hit some shots last night, man, when they needed to. Chris Paul, the step back. I think that was a three he got it off a pass. That three in the corner, that was tough. Then he had another step back later in the fourth quarter. Devin Booker hit that. That was nasty when he got TD in the air. TD flew by him off the pump fake. Shot clock running down. Devin hit that. Some shot makers, man. They're a team that some people think can win the NBA Finals for a reason. Some people thought the Suns were already good before Kevin Durant. So it's not like they just were a bottom dweller.
Yeah.
And they got ball players.
I think we mentioned yesterday the Kings haven't lost more than 2 in a row in a long time. Just looking to see. They haven't won more than 2 in a row in the month of February. They did have that lengthy winning streak in January. 6-game winning streak in January. They really do. Kings win 2 in a row a lot. And then reset. Win a couple, reset. I mean, they've had that 6-game winning streak and that 7-game winning streak, and it's been huge for them. But hey, regroup. Enjoy a couple of days away. You get a little. You've got to be the longest All-Star break in the league, and come back. Get ready for Portland. I'm still upset. You said I cussed on the air. Like I'm better than that. Like I can't do that.
It usually happens. You're just like Rick Ross.
I guess. That's right. No 9-game losing streaks. Yes, indeed. It's a good question. I don't know, John. My guess will be week of. That's just a guess. And thank you for reminding me, John, because I need to put that in the chat. Good looking, John. And I'll mention it on the air too.
That reminded me of that Eminem line because Pragmatic said Heavy D didn't need to cuss. That was a pretty funny line. Oh, my bad. Pragmatic said Heavy D didn't need to cuss, and that was a pretty funny line from Eminem where he goes, "What do you say? Will Smith doesn't have a cuss in his songs to sell records. Well, I do, so fuck him and fuck you too."
Yeah. Slim Shady.
Yes, sir, John Pauls. Joe D pulling up on us, 1:30.
Hey, man, what? Hey, 90. Can y'all hit the thumbs up, please? I know we don't have 4,000 people in here right now, but could y'all hit the thumbs up?
This is crazy. I'm looking at this game and it has
Please?
bracketology. Joe Lenardi has got the last 4 in: Mississippi State, North Carolina, New Mexico, Clemson. First 4 out. Have to wait. This is my song right here. Boy.
KC already looking at
Glorilla. This is my song.
March Madness tournament.
It's that time, baby. Football season's over. You shift your gear towards, and it's about to be All-Star break. So college basketball center stage.
Want to cheer on the Kings as they take on Portland on February 23rd. Enter online at ESPN1320.com for your chance to win those tickets. Just go to ESPN1320.com. Head to the contest page and register to win those tickets to see the Sacramento Kings take on Portland when the second part of the season resumes 1 week from tomorrow. Kamara was talking about and we were talking a little bit about this during the commercial break. I understand, Kevin Durant's not there. Mikal Bridges is gone. We could probably looked at that game a certain way, wanted the Kings attack it, head into the All-Star break, on the up and up, feeling good, extend the lead a little bit. I absolutely understand that. I wanted that too. Fact is, Phoenix just played better. I don't think, and we could pick apart this game, and that's kind of our job to pick it apart. Look, Davion's got to be better. Davion's got to be better, like, all the way around. He didn't contribute a lot to last night's game. I'm not going to kill Trey Lyles because Trey Lyles doesn't have very many bad games. Chimezie Metu, hey, it's happened a lot this year. I don't know. I don't know what to say about that. Kessler Edwards, it was our first look at him. I don't know why Keon Ellis played less than a minute. I don't know what Mike saw there that he didn't like. I don't know why Keon couldn't get a run, but he didn't. And so Kings couldn't stop Chris Paul. Devin Booker and Chris Paul hit big shots. I'm still convinced DeAndre Ayton didn't miss a single field goal. I don't care that the box score says he was 13 of 17. I don't believe it. I think he was perfect from the field. He hit every shot I saw him take. And he walked away with 29 and 11. It's a good squad. It's a great coach. And the Kings weren't good enough to win. De'Aaron played like a superstar. De'Aaron Fox played like an all-star. Domantas Sabonis played like an all-star. They were missing their anchor, Malik Monk. Keegan Murray's struggles have continued. I guess the fourth rookie wall of the season has popped up and slapped him in the face. Hopefully he can move around that over the course of the next 8 days or so. But I'm gonna be honest, as thrilled as I am, everyone is here to chat and talk, and I just don't have a lot on this game outside they just got beat by the Phoenix Suns.
No, you know how I am sometimes, man. These things happen, man. Phoenix Suns are a good team. You're not gonna win all these games. You don't have to play like garbage to lose sometimes. Like sometimes you just aren't as crisp. They weren't crisp last night. I brought up the turnovers. And, you played a team in Phoenix that executed a lot better. You'll see him again a couple more times. They'll have Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
We'll see what goes on. In the chat, they're bringing up like Keon Ellis playing and, deserving more minutes. I like Keon Ellis as a ball player. That reminded me of another moment because it was like 3 or 4 moments that didn't allow them to kind of like take a next step in that game. And Keon coming in to that game at the end of the shot clock and fouling Devin Booker late in the third. I said, no, Keon, no, that can't happen. But ironically enough, I think that was late in the quarter and the Kings got the Fox free throws and then his steal at the end of the quarter to make it. They went into the fourth quarter down like 4 or 6, one of the two.
Yeah, I think it was 4.
So they had opportunities to win that game. I credit the Suns with big shot making, whether it's spectacular shots or just solid shots like DeAndre Ayton made. And they never allowed the Kings to get to the point where, the game's either tied or they take a quick lead and start to feel good about themselves, man. Phoenix won that game last night.
See our man Special Ed here asking about Harrison Barnes. What about HB averaging 3 rebounds over the last few weeks? I haven't dug into Harrison's numbers over the last few weeks, but we could speak on last night's game because, Harrison only had 2 rebounds in last night's game. But I think, if Doc Rivers would hear, he would tell you it's important to tell the whole story.
We should tell the whole story.
Thank you, Doc. 40 rebounds for the Sacramento Kings, 37 for the Phoenix Suns. So the context of the game is important, especially when you consider, I think Phoenix shot, I get the exact number for you, 56.8%. They shot 56.8% from the field. Kings out-rebounded them, and Domas had 15 of those 40. So if we can pick apart Harrison's rebounding numbers, we could pick apart Keegan Murray's rebounding numbers from early in the season. We could do all of that, and I'm sure Mike will, but we have to be careful that we do tell the whole story. Kings out-rebounded them. Domas had 15 of those rebounds, 15 of those 40 rebounds, and they had the Phoenix just shot a ridiculous percent yesterday as well, percentage from the field. So I think there is some context that applies to analyzing Harrison Barnes' rebounding numbers. Again, I didn't do it for the Dallas series. I didn't do it for the Houston series. Like, we could go back and look at all those. We've got a week to do it. If you really want to spend the next 7 days diving into Harrison Barnes' rebounding numbers, we've got time to do it. I just didn't. When I turned that post-game show off, I didn't walk away going, man, Harrison Barnes just had 6 rebounds. The Kings would have won this game. Damn it, HB. Like, at no point did Harrison's rebounding numbers cross my mind.
No. And I didn't even think about this while the game was going on. But now that we've sitting there and we're talking about it, I mean, the story of the game to me is the 17 turnovers. 17 turnovers turning into 25 Phoenix Suns points. They just, especially with the way they were allowing, or the way Phoenix was shooting last night, you couldn't just turn the ball over. You couldn't have empty possessions yourself. And you had 17 empty possessions out there. And that led to the 25 points. To me, that was the nail in the coffin for that game last night. And even with all that, I mean, I don't know exactly what the timing and the number was, but it was like a 6-point game late. Like, they had an opportunity to do something, but they just couldn't overcome the sloppy play on the offensive end.
And those are things that they've got to be better at. The one thing I'm just really anxious to see when things resume next week is this bordering on mythological shift that's about to happen in the league. Everyone is telling us that it's different after the All-Star break. Those, I guarantee you, get your James Ham bingo card out. He's going to say something about the next 20 games of the season. If he doesn't say it today, he's going to say it Friday. But he's going to talk about those final 20 games and ramping up or ramping down, depending on where you are. And this second part of the season has gained near mythological status. Apparently, everyone is about to turn into the 73-win Warriors. Right before our eyes, there are about to be 30-some-odd unbeatable teams in the league. I cannot wait to see this. It's going to be the most spectacular basketball we've ever seen, where the entire league is unbeatable.
The whole league is just going to be like the bubble.
Oh, it's going to be incredible.
It's going to be the
Jamal Murray back going for 50.
TJ Warren.
Dame's going for 60. And then we all know how the Kings bubble went.
Well, yeah, and the Kings just can't keep up. Like, everybody in the world is going to play better basketball except for the Kings.
De'Aaron's De'Aaron's going back to points in the teens. Post All-Star break, De'Aaron averaging 16 points per game. I cannot wait to see what happens.
But you know, the interesting thing about that is I did some math. You ready for the math now, or you want to hold it till later?
I really do hate math. Can we hold the math till later?
Sure.
Do I have to show my work?
No. Hell no.
Okay, thank goodness.
Just trust that I did what I needed to do to get this answer.
All right.
So
we'll
talk about it. But I did some math, but it goes along the lines of what you're talking about. And it's interesting. Like, when people bring that up, like I said, everybody gonna just play better except for the Kings.
Everybody. And I mean, everyone's gonna play better. Everyone's gonna get healthy. Kevin Durant's gonna be 100%. Any lingering issues from Devin Booker, no problem. Chris Paul is gonna go swimming in the Fountain of Youth. Maybe he's going on the darkness retreat with Aaron Rodgers, and he's coming back from this thing fully locked in. No concerns about Kawhi Leonard and Paul George moving forward. Nikola Jokic is going to be 100% coming out of this. Like, everyone is going to be good. Great. Karl Anthony Towns, I'm sure, is going to come back as a monster.
That's going to work all
the Rudy Gobert experiment all of a sudden is going to work.
Hey, don't forget the Lakers. You know, they made championship moves at the deadline.
Jared Vanderbilt is going to be all NBA third team by the time these next 20-something games are over. That's all happening in the league when we return. The way people talk about this, that's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Except to the Kings.
So the Kings are going
29 teams.
The Kings just don't get those superpowers. Like, they just It's not going to happen.
We're going to see all the potential from Jalen Green and Jabari Smith all of a sudden.
Even the Spurs are going to get locked in.
See, now see, that's the flip side to this. Is the Spurs, they just turn everything off. And they're done. Mm-hmm. It'll be fascinating to hear. People are wondering, like, what happened? Like, how many more games does Portland have to lose? Does Portland really have to fall out of this thing before they go, hey, Dame, we might be able to go get you some real help next year. Maybe we shut this thing down a little bit. Try our luck at the lottery. Like, we'll have a good draft pick. We're going to get you help, but we could get some franchise-changing help. You have that. Oklahoma City, I feel like Oklahoma City's going to keep fighting. Utah is interesting. I don't know what Utah is going to do. I kind of feel like there's a 10th spot. The play-in spots are right there for anyone who wants them outside of San Antonio and Houston.
Right.
Like, if you want to make the play-in, you can. Those are the only two teams that are truly out of it. Truth be told, the Lakers aren't that far away from playing themselves out of this thing.
I was looking at the Lakers right now, too, and I'm like, yeah, what is that, 2.5 back? You're 2.5 back of the 10, but I don't know. You got to jump 2 other teams. You got to hope 3 teams just start losing games left and right. Like, there's a lot that has to be done for the Lakers to turn up. And you got to win games yourself.
You got to, and that's the other part of this equation. You got to start winning games at a clip in which you haven't won games at all this season at. But that's the mythological return of these teams after the All-Star break. You're listening to D'Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app. Let's get our brother Pablo in here. Pablo, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
What's up, Pablo? How you doing, bro?
Oh, man, I just got to say, first off, that KCU the coolest there is.
Thank you, sir.
And D-Lo, your sarcasm is like the best there is. It just, I mean, if they had a contest for sarcasm, you would win hands down. You'd be busting me up.
Man, I don't know what you're talking about, Pablo.
There you go. There you go.
But I appreciate you.
No, it's mostly the way when you raise your voice and you yell. I'll be busted up because it's just so on point.
That doesn't sound like
it's
me,
so
Pablo.
on point. And then KC just, I'm busting up with KC right along with him.
It's funny, man.
But anyway, as far as the Kings go, okay. First of all, I'm ecstatic of where we at in the future and about getting better. But that said, remember when they were putting together the team and then the GM, he said, well, we got one more thing. We're not done yet. Mm-hmm. And so I was still excited. But what happened, that last thing was Dellavedova. And I was like, well, okay. I thought we'd get a little better than that. But I'll roll with it. And so this last go around with the trade is, we got something cooking, we're working. And then we come up with Kessler. But no disrespect to him, but I said, well, we can do a little better than that. And then when he did his press conference, he says, I want to start my press conference by thanking my team and working so hard. I said, what did they do? We didn't do anything except have some conversations. So I'm not putting them down, but I'm just saying that, we're right on the precipice. I mean, I'm satisfied, but yet, these opportunities, as don't come around so often. And so basically, I'm just saying, we could have did, a little bit better, I thought.
Well, Pablo. And
we love you, Pablo.
Yeah, Pablo, our guy, man. Pablo, I will say, I talked about it yesterday. We talked about it on the day of the trade deadline. Mm-hmm. We don't know that they didn't try, and little things come out yesterday, like in Sam Amick on the Ringer Pod talking about, hey, they were in on Jared Vanderbilt. They were disappointed they didn't get him because they were trying to make that happen.
I didn't get a chance to hear it, but apparently Sammy wasn't the only one.
Yeah.
His partner over at the Athletic, Shams, was talking about the Kings and the assets that they have.
Yeah. So, they tried. You can't make people do deals with you in that situation. You can't make people sign as a free agent. The only control you really have as an NBA team is when you draft somebody. But other than that, it takes 2 to tango. So
yeah, I also I'm gonna stall. I know we all remember the line very well, but I'm gonna stall Monty out a little bit from that press conference line where he said, we're not done.
Mm.
And almost instantly he caught himself and said, yeah, we like the moves we did. We're not done. We're always looking to get better.
Mm.
And we we joked about this when we aired his press conference a couple of days ago. That's always going to be his line.
Yeah.
We're always going to try to get better. Hey, Monty, you go get KD? Can you go get KD? Can you go get Giannis? We're always going to try to get better. Can you go get Matthew Dellavedova or Dante DiVincenzo? We're always going to try to get better. Can you go get Michael Jordan on his 60th birthday? His line is always going to be exactly the same. We're always going to try to get better.
Mm-hmm.
And that was his line. I think that's what he meant in the we're not done. Mm-hmm. It's okay, we made this big move for Domantas Sabonis. Or maybe that was the off season with Malik and Kevin Huerter. It might have been that press conference where he said, yeah, we're not done. We're always looking to improve the team. I don't believe Monty ever goes, did it. I'm going to go sit down and have a cigar with my Kings bubble vest. I did it.
They love them bubble vests.
Boy, them GMs, like it's a uniform. Like Wes Wilcox
and the form
they
right? Like, because I got one that is a little thicker, and a little poofier.
They got the slim cut.
Yeah,
they got the Calvin Klein slim fit Kings, and it's like a uniform for GMs. Like that's how they. I looked over. I was like, hey, there's Wes. Is Wes dressed exactly like Monty was at the press conference? Yes, in fact, he was. But I don't think either of them ever go, all right, high five, Wes. We did it. We're done. No, they're always going to make phone calls, field phone calls, do all those different things. And again, depending on what you read, what you believe, it's not like they didn't try to go get all of those players that we talked about.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like it's not like it was just our idea.
Right.
They placed those calls. They made those calls. They were in on some of those guys from what's been pretty well reported here at this point. But we talk about this regularly. Everyone said, well, we moved all these second-round picks. Kings have 4,000 second-round picks. Like, that's fine. We'll use Portland, for example. There is a price for Portland.
Mm-hmm.
There's a different price for Sacramento.
Yep.
And unless Sacramento wants to make what I think is their price, and I'm going to trade this individual to Portland.
Right.
They tried.
Right. You move on. And
it's not the end of the world that they didn't land what they wanted.
And you're in one of those situations where you're trying to do something, but you're not like overly pressed. Last year he was trying to do something. I was on his head. A lot of people, Monty, you got to do something. You have to. This year, I never felt like they had to make a move.
Yeah.
So I think he probably went it the same way. Like, I'm going to try and make a move, something that works, something that makes sense for this organization. But if it's not making sense or the price is too high, I'm okay with bowing out. We just move on.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's more so what happened this trade deadline.
Hey, speaking of, I was reading a lot about this morning. Brooklyn wants to move Ben Simmons. What in God's name is the value of Ben Simmons on the trade market right now? Because again, in whether people like I don't know when this is going to stop being the case. I honestly don't. Ben Simmons is going to be the talk of the offseason again because it's clear they're moving in a completely different direction.
Yeah.
I guess I get why they did what they did, but they're ready to move on from Ben, and Ben is already in that. Like if you read his quotes, Ben, what's your what do you think your role is here moving forward with this new team? I don't know, and I don't even fault him for that. He may very well. I have no idea.
I would say, and people probably think I'm crazy, or I'd say it's like a rotational player in some seconds.
Yeah.
Like, why would you give up
Yeah,
anything?
I don't
more
think you
for Ben
would,
Simmons at this point.
because I think not only is the question about him on the court, like what he could do for your team.
Mhm.
I think there was a lot of belief. Well, he'll be better here. He'll be better out of that environment. He'll be better once he's healthy.
Mhm.
None of those things have proven to be accurate. So you're trading for a really expensive player
Mhm.
who doesn't match that contract.
Yeah, that's the killer too. Like,
Yeah.
who's willing to give up the money that you'll need to match?
You better have a strong infrastructure that can help that maybe infrastructure. Does he have any friends in the league? And I'm not trying to be, I'm not trying to be funny.
Yeah.
Like, we can point to dudes who are like super close around the league. Does Ben have like real homies in the league? Because that might be the team he has to land on.
Yeah.
I think the GM, like, hey, you got a relationship with Ben? What do you think? I think we get you guys together. This could work. We talked about Malik and De'Aaron, not even remotely close to the same type of situation. We talked about the importance of that relationship. Ben need a homie.
Hey, look,
He needs someone to help him out here.
look, for the first time in years, maybe first time ever. Not ever, but first time in a while. Ben can come to Sacramento.
Yeah, we got second round picks.
We got second round picks.
Yeah.
Give him the Rashawn Holmes contract.
Yeah.
Maybe we could put some other contracts to make it work.
I mean, John brought it up. I was going to wait,
I was just about
John
to say,
brought it up.
'cause I was getting there. You talking about infrastructure and a homie. Got family here, man.
Ben Simmons
got
has a
family
godfather
here.
in Sacramento.
Ben Simmons can come here.
For those not hip to that, that's Coach David Patrick.
He's the only person that makes Ben Simmons tweet.
Bro, that's facts. That might be the last tweet Ben Simmons sent, was the congratulations Coach Patrick tweet.
Yeah. So I would.
You do it?
Yeah, I'd roll the dice on Ben Simmons. The price is right. Absolutely.
And the price is right, meaning cheap. It's got to be cheap. Hey, Brooklyn.
Yeah.
What you want to do with these second round picks? Because the salary dumps and all that stuff are gone. Like, they won't really have those. I don't even know that I'd trade a player for him. But I got some second round picks you could take. Maybe a conditional second round pick.
I'd do it though. I'd absolutely do it. He's had, this doesn't even add up. Well, he's got a bunch of retweets. I was trying to see if he had some tweets since the Coach David Patrick tweet. And he has, but
You want talking to the mic there, broadcast journalist?
oh, I know y'all can hear me. I'm just trying to see if he had any tweets since the congratulatory tweet for Coach Patrick, and he has.
Oh,
but
I would have bet no.
in here. There's a lot of retweets from like 2021, and no, he got some from
no
August.
original tweet.
No, he does. He's got some. Slow News Day, August 9th, 2022.
I don't remember. I'm sure it was something that involved him. I don't remember.
Yeah,
what
he
it
had
was.
one laughing emoji and said, "Slow News Day."
He's played in 49 games this season. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. He's played in 41 games this season. I'm just going to conduct a quick experiment. Okay, 41 games. He scored in double digits in 13 of them. Season high this year is 22. Against Memphis, he scored 20 against Indiana. Season high in assists. He's had 13 assists this year. Season high in steals. Looks like it's 4. He's had 4 a couple of times. Looks like the defender might still be there.
The defender might be there. The problem is I know you read off some. He's a 0 on the offensive end.
Yeah, no, that's accurate. I think he's
he's a
7
complete
points
0.
on the season.
So you need a lot of offense around him.
7, 6, and 6. Do those numbers sound like anyone? I'm not trying to be funny, but they're similar.
Who is that?
Those got to be close to Draymond's numbers. 7, 6, and 6. Those got to be real close to
Sounds
Draymond's
about
numbers.
right.
He ain't putting up numbers like Joe Davidson is. Joe Davidson joins us
put up them numbers
when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, Stilo and KC on ESPN 1320.
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna slide real quick.
You got more pizza?
I wish.
Joe D.
DB, who's on your shirt there?
That's Aaliyah.
Oh, very nice.
That's
Very
all.
nice.
Man, that's my man. It's a Dope Ones collection.
Hey, kudos, by the way, every time you do a Sarah Hodges appearance on CBS 13, your setup always looks great. You got the nice microphone, so it looks official. You always have the backdrop with the bottles or whatever.
Yeah.
And I haven't even gotten to the content, but it just looks professional. So kudos to that. Here I've got, no microphone and all that, but so that's just that was good. So my lady was watching one of the recent times you were on. She goes, "Do you know him?" I said, "That's my guy. We do the radio thing." Oh, I thought his voice was familiar. He has a radio voice. So there you go.
I appreciate that, Joe. Yeah, I mean, that's 2 years of doing a radio show at home that you transition to a streaming show, and you just want to perfect it and make it look nice. So that was
and it sounds good. And kudos to just doing the part and all that. So I know people appreciate this local programming, and I think people, I hear it because I've been around long enough and we hear people talk, and they appreciate the unfiltered. You're not Kings employees. You're not, you're going to hold them accountable. And it's like Kenny the other day said, there should be no reason the Kings don't win that game in Phoenix, or yesterday, I guess it was. And the other station, they're apologetic for it, and it's like don't insult the fans. The fans are dialed in. But Kenny, you were right. They should have won that game. If you're going to be a playoff team, you got to go down there and win.
They should have won that one. Phoenix, they're still pretty good, even with those guys that were out though. Phoenix played better yesterday.
Yeah,
I think they played up a little bit.
Yeah, they played a good game yesterday. I get that too.
Oh yeah, it's just great that the Kings are even in the discussion.
Oh yeah,
absolutely. Look who's in the chat. Who's never in the chat? Did you guys already mention that? Sarah Talk Sports.
Wow.
What up, homie?
What a moment.
There she is.
What
so when Kenny was over there, Kenny stepped outside to put some makeup on or something. I don't know, to look in the mirror and say,
he was getting fanned by his people. He walked out, they fanned him, they do his nails, and they do like Rihanna did at halftime. They hit him with a little Fenty.
That's awesome. So I was saying that Damien does a good job on anytime he joined Sarah Hodges on CBS, and the parts, got the microphone. We didn't mention Kenny because I have no comment.
I mean, it happens, Sometimes the best comment is no comment.
That's exactly right. So when we come back, I have a great story that connects right to Kenny's alma mater and the Beam, their own Beam.
Let's go!
This is so cool.
This is gonna be. I can't.
This is gonna make Kenny stand up and bow because of pride.
Oh, I love it.
Restore the roar. Let's go.
Love it. Great job with Coach Mike Brown, Sarah. Great job. I probably should have texted you and told you that.
Yeah.
And what a blast of fresh air Mike Brown is. He's accessible. He speaks in defeat. He lays it on line. He's got to be. I would say he's the most accessible Kings coach that this area that we've ever had, media wise.
How was Adelman?
Adelman, I had a great rapport with Adelman, and I had a lot of talks with Adelman, and we kind of connected like that. But he was the one coach who never did pregame media. And that's, and so people just kind of accepted that. I'd go in and I learned to I'd bring popcorn. He liked to munch popcorn, and we'd talk about maybe stuff that wasn't directly related to the game. I remember asking him, what was an NBA moment for you as a player where things have got to get better? And he talked about how him and his young bride, and he was playing for a game in New Orleans, and they were in a dumpy old hotel, and she jumped on the bed and said, there are cockroaches all over the place.
Oh, Lord.
And of course, he said that was light years away, because now you have nice accommodations
anymore.
We did that kind of stuff. I mean, those were kind of, who were his idols? He grew up in Downey down in LA County, and he loved the Lakers. And when he played at Loyola Marymount, they'd get free tickets to watch the Lakers. Probably a violation for NC2A now, but so he liked Elgin Baylor and Jerry West, and just stuff that he wouldn't talk about. And but he wasn't. It was like pulling teeth for him. Otherwise, he just wasn't that kind of vibrant personality. And we never had a Kings coach that I know of that went to local high school football games, went to Sac State games. And I think even if Mike Brown didn't know David Patrick, he'd probably still go to a Sac State game because he's a man of the people.
Right.
Yeah.
It's funny, we talk about the glory days of the early 2000s, and they had two guys that didn't really speak too much between Adelman and Petrie. Like those guys weren't like beacons of a light, with the media, but we don't think about that because
right. And I remember Adelman gave me his cell phone.
Joe, hang on one second.
Gotcha.
Pays off to tune into the YouTube stream once in a while. YouTube.com/ESPN1320. You can check us out on Twitch as well. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320. We're available on Facebook if you ever want to watch the show. Joe Davidson telling some nice stories there during the commercial break. And you talk about a tease for the return. I can't wait to hear this. Joe said he's got a story regarding KC's alma mater and the beam.
Shout out CKM. What up,
we
baby?
We do. So the Sac Joaquin section basketball playoffs are in full force, and the McClatchy Lions, the heart of the Sacramento City Unified School District and the alma mater of Kenny Caraway, the girls basketball team, Jeff Oda, an alum coach, seeded fourth in the Division I, rolled last night, beat Inderkum of Sacramento 79-27, and not only did they appreciate their victory, but they lit a beam.
Let's go.
Outside their gym. And what school colors would that be? Burgundy, right, Kenny? And it was a nice maroon. Yes. And I'm thinking, there you go. There you go. So I'm going to go check out their game tomorrow night. St. Francis plays at McClatchy tomorrow night at 7 in a second round game.
I might have to go see that one.
They might need an alum to go light the beam.
Where is everybody getting all these beams from?
I don't know. It's theft. No, it's here's the thing. You guys have probably talked about it many times, but what a great idea by the King. Have a little fun. And some people think, it's amateurs. And hey, man, when you've suffered as long as the Kings fans have, you celebrate everything you can. Absolutely. And so the beam thing is kind of cool.
Absolutely.
Kenny said this before I got to experience it, but the outside the Golden One Center after a win, when that beam is lit, is the happiest place on earth. Disneyland can go to hell. It is the happiest place on earth when the Kings win and that beam is lit and people are walking around, even in the freezing cold, celebrating, taking pictures, going on IG, doing all that stuff. It's tremendous.
It is tremendous. It's just imagine if the Kings had a lousy season. The beam hasn't been lit in 17 days, but we're still hopeful. I mean, that's not the case.
Right. No, it wouldn't have the same excitement.
The beam would start to malfunction. Like it only goes like 4 feet in the air. Like,
exactly.
You can only see it from the Sawyer. Like it just all goes bad.
It would have been all bad.
Hey, I know you guys have talked about this, but what's great about the NBA is that Dallas Mavericks game the other night, the second game of the back-to-back. And everybody's got opinions about Kyrie Irving. Maybe he's not the greatest teammate, and he certainly has a lot of drama. But, man, he had some plays of greatness. And the fadeaways, it's like this guy, the fadeaway three-pointer, the baseline spin move off the glass. And I'm thinking, wow. I mean, that's what you see only in the NBA. And the fans, I was watching at home, riveted, but it sounded like the place was the roof was just coming off and people were excited. And it reminded me when I was covering the Kings back in the 2000s when the Mavericks and the Kings had several playoff rumbles, Nick Van Exel, and then later Steve Nash and Dirk Nowitzki. Great games. Western Conference powers, and God, wouldn't that be a great playoff series this time around?
I'd love that. I'd absolutely love that. And Joe, you're talking about that, and it reminds me of, this is all done and gone. The Kings are here; they're not going nowhere. But remember with the relocation saga and people that were on opposing sides of it, like there's one Kyrie Irving on this earth, and you get a chance to see him in Sacramento a couple of times a year. There's one Giannis on this earth, and you get a chance to see him when Wembanyama gets here. You get a chance to see these special.
Well,
athletes.
Wembanyama will be here 41 times because Monty McNair is going to figure out some way to
getting
trade
him
for
too?
him. Yeah,
After we win the championship?
Monty's right after
Oh,
at the
snap,
ring
this is
ceremony, we're going to
Let's
introduce
go.
Victor Wembanyama.
You know, and the one thing that I think people, the common fan, could appreciate about a Kyrie Irving is he looks more like us. He's not a 7-footer. You know, he's more our height, and of course,
Steph Curry
way more skill. But that's like, wow, there's a guy who's not 6'9", 7 foot, who can do remarkable things. And you know, and there you go. And it's interesting. You know, the Mavericks gave him such a loud ovation when he got introduced. Of course, if he was with the other team, they would have booed him. But I mean, that's sports, you know. I mean, remember Dennis Rodman? People couldn't stand Dennis Rodman. Bulls fans couldn't stand him from the the Detroit Piston bad boy era. And then when he joined the Bulls, he's just misunderstood. He's one of our guys. That's sports.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it is jarring when you see guys like Giannis and LeBron, and you just look at them and go, I'm not. We're both humans. We're both men. That's not me. Now that guy, Steph. Now I could be Steph. I can never be Giannis.
Yeah. It's like, yeah.
The truth is, I can't be any of them.
I say the story all the time, but you know, I'm a hooper. I'm competitive. You know, I think I could do anything out there on the court, especially in my prime or whatever. I remember I met Trevor Ariza one time at my homeboy's house, and he was sitting down, and he stood up, and I said, in my head, I was like, "What the hell would I do with Trevor Ariza guarding me on the floor? This guy's 6'7". He can touch the ceiling standing up, and he guards people like me. What the hell would I do with that? Like, it's crazy to see these guys sometimes in like just get up close to them and see how large they really are.
Yeah,
very true.
Joe, you asked about you want to hit him with your McClatchy question. I think you tried to
no, it was no question. It was just a shout out to the girls team, doing what they do in these playoffs. We going for another section title.
Okay.
That's what we do. Rawr.
No, it's the restore the roar.
We do. CKM stand up.
I really vote against the roar.
And when we try to cover girls athletics, especially in basketball, over the decades, girls basketball's had way more scholarship players out of Sacramento than the boys, 3-1. And I don't know why, but girls just seem to manage their time and can be multi-sport athletes, great students. I went to a game last night in the Sac City Unified School District thing. Was West Campus. Used to be the academic arm of Hiram Johnson. Now it's been its own campus for about 20 years. John Langston's the coach. He coached Vicky Ball at Sac High back in the late 2000s. So there was greatness coaching greatness. And I was talking to Coach Langston, and he's won 3 section championships and 2 state championships with West Campus. And I said, tell me something about these girls and how good they are academically. And they're just geniuses, what he's called them. He goes, a couple weeks ago in practice, he stopped practice and he walked over and said, well, what are you two girls talking about? He goes, we're working on our French, coach, because we have a French test tomorrow. So they're talking French as they're doing basketball drills to stay sharp with their French test, but also to stay sharp in their basketball skills, and all blended together. I said, that's just amazing. I mean, you just don't see that anywhere. And he says he demands his kids. He goes, I demand that they give me the same effort in basketball that they do in class. Normally it's the other way around. Hey, would you please apply yourself in class with the same amount of gusto as you do on the basketball floor? So that's really cool. And speaking of great students, I'm going to go to a great game tonight. The Jesuit Marauders seated 4th in Division I boys with Andre Stojakovic, son of the former Kings All-Star Peja. And kudos to Peja. He just kind of blends into the stands, and people respect him. They're not flooding him for autographs, and he sits like a nervous papa as he's body English, make that free throw and this and that. And Andre and the guys are playing Monterey Trail, which is an incredible opener. Yes. Monterey Trail tied for the Metro League Championship, and so you have 2 league championships, 2 league champions playing. But Monterey Trail has a chance to beat these guys, and that would be a stunning upset. But Jesuit is a terrific team, well coached, and the difference maker in Andre. He's 6'7". Last week against Sheldon, in the first half, he had some Euro moves, some spin moves, think he had a dunk in the third quarter. They're right on him. Man defense. Sheldon's got guys. And he had 5 3-pointers. And he's as unstoppable of a high school kid as we've ever seen around here. So, but he does it without dominating the ball, and it's all a good flow, and they have a good defense. So that's going to be a good game. We've talked about Kiku Parker on this show, the transfer from El Camino. He finally got cleared, and he has Grant in the playoffs. Grant in Division I plays at Western Ranch of Stockton tonight, a rematch of a non-league game from a week ago that Western Ranch won by a few points. So we're going to have some really good teams out in the first round. And Monterey Trail's got this terrific guard, 6'4" guard, Varick Lewis, who's going to Long Beach State scholarship. So he's a player. Laguna Creek's another team in Division I. In there comes one, 18 in a row, second seed. They're located right over by Arco Arena, and Thomas Fred Wilson's the coach there. They got several 6'5" guards. I mean, it's just, wow. So, and then Mike Wall is the coach at number 1 seeded Folsom. He's at win number 499. What a great career. He's been to the state finals. He's won section championships. So, if high school hoops is your thing, it's a affordable ticket. It's great entertainment. Games start at 7. Everybody home by curfew. It's still a good gig. It's some really good teams. And that's just a couple of divisions right there. We got all kinds of divisions.
Absolutely. I got, I'm gonna be locked into the service that allows you to watch the games. I'm all over them. They got some great games. But you mentioned the one that you're going to tonight, and man, that's a tough draw for both teams, man. Jesuit being a 3 seed and having to take on a team like Monterey Trails. And Monterey Trails, what are they doing down in 14? What happened with that draw right there?
Well, and it's Monterey Trail has a misleading record: 15 wins, 13 losses. Got off to a slow start. Robert Fields has done a great job as coach there. First league championship, even though it was shared in school history. It's a longtime football power there in the Elk Grove Unified School District, and that's a brutal draw. I mean, wow. And a second round game, if the seeds hold, could be Grant or Western Ranch at Folsom. Wow. Could be Capital Christian and Jesuit, Capital Christian at Jesuit in a Friday game if the seeds hold. Pretty impressive. Sheldon has been a champion in this section for a lot of years. If they win, the Huskies win tonight, they play Modesto Christian, which is the defending champion. So a really good, or we could even have Laguna Creek play at Intercom on Friday. These are, it's the best. I wrote about it a couple of weeks ago, guys, where I said it's the deepest, most talented Division I field ever that I've seen. And I think it's great.
Is there a favorite? Is Folsom? Is there a favorite?
Well, and it's weird how the seedings go. And the section selection seedings committee is about 7 guys, and you're crunching all this data and head to head and strength of league and blah 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 blah. And it seemed like Modesto Christian, which is going for its 21st championship and has 5 in Division I in section play, won the NorCal Open last year, almost won the state championship. All those kids are back. Should have been a number 1 seed, but fell to number 3 because of its whatever computer formula. That's still your favorite. They got so many guys back, and so that should be the favorite there. But Folsom's the number 1 seed, and people come and complain, and this isn't fair, and we shouldn't draw this. Just play
Play the game.
And then in Division II, Rio Americano is the top seed, well coached, the only section team to beat Folsom this year. So there's that. Atwater is the only unbeaten team, boys or girls. Atwater of Merced County, they're 28-0, number 2 seed in Division II, and it's right on down the line. And there's a kid, Union Mine up in El Dorado County. They have a kid named Mason Matashed. He's scored 1,200 points in his career. He's checked him out a couple of weeks ago. Small school, but they love everything. Great rooting section. They call it the Pit. Diamondbacks is their mascot. So, we talked about during football, guys, where the rooting sections were there, the student sections, the band, it's spilled right into basketball. So high school sports are very healthy with attendance, interest, following, and all that. And it's good to see.
Yeah. And you mentioned Division I, Division II. I mean, the whole landscape of high school is just stacked right now, because I'm looking at Division III, and I'm not disparaging anybody, but I'm just going to tell you as a viewer, I'd love to see Vanden versus Sac High in the championship game at D3.
And if the seedings hold, that'll happen. And Sac High is really good. And Matt Johnson's the coach. He's an alumni, and they have some 6'7" sophomores who just throw down dunks. I'm thinking, this guy's like a man. But then he'll airball an 8-foot floater. And so he's learning, but the effort is there. And then he'll block a shot, and then he's run the floor. And then Placer in Division III, Mark Lee's their coach. He's been there forever, and he's going to bow out after this year. So there's motivation there. And but you're right. It's and these kids, the section championships are February 24th and 25th at Golden One. And what a thrill for these kids to get in there. There's always those first quarter where they're trying to figure out, the depth perception and everything sounds different, looks different, but it's a great moment for them. And if they could overcome the early jitters, then people settle in. And then state finals will also be at Golden One. And so the Golden One, a great job with Vivek and the Kings group, continuing to work with the CIF to give them a good deal and a good package. The CIF wants to have a great wow experience without having to charge huge amounts of money for a ticket. And we all bemoaned the Maloofs, rightly so, the previous Kings ownership, but they also had a good deal at Arco Arena with the high schools. And so that's it's good. It's good for the community, and it's good for the Kings to give back in that regard. So it's a nice partnership.
You sang the praises of the young women in the area earlier. Is the young lady side, is that as star-studded as the men?
Yeah, in some ways more so, Damien. So in girls basketball, we know St. Mary's of Stockton has been a powerhouse forever. They've had great players. They've had great championships. They've won a section record, 21 section championships. They won 8 Division I section championships in a row until Folsom beat them in the playoffs last year. Then Oak Ridge beat Folsom in the section finals. Folsom's the number 1 seed this season, having beaten St. Mary's in a non-league game earlier this year. So it's Folsom the 1 seed, St. Mary's a 2 seed. Folsom is coached by Lynn Wolking, delightful guy who was telling me a few days ago that when he first took over some 15 years ago, they couldn't even win league games. And he had a player. I said, how bad was it? He goes, well, we had a girl, and we're going to play a big showdown game against St. Francis in the Delta League before they're switched to the Sierra Foothill League. And she said, Coach, I can't play tonight. Why? Well, I got tickets to a concert in the Bay Area. That doesn't happen anymore now. Now you're committed to playing. And so they're really good. And we talked about McClatchy, Antelope. It's coached by Sean Chambers. That might be a familiar name to Kenny Caraway. Was a great player in the early 80s for Highlands. Has been never expected to coach girls basketball. And now says, I will only coach girls basketball. And just, I hear a lot of coaches say that. Steve White up at Oak Ridge used to coach boys basketball in L.A. and then came up to Oak Ridge and El Dorado Hills in 1995. He goes, I'm only going to coach girls. There's a different focus. There's no ego, and they work together. So that's refreshing. And then Division II Christian Brothers of Sacramento, 26-2, the number 1 seed in Division II, a really good team. Vista Del Lago is the number 2 seed. And Vanden is really good in Division III for girls. A lot of star power, a lot of good players. And if you like fundamentals, they set screens, they box out, they share the ball.
They hoop too. They just
sure do, and they will.
Girls that freestyle on you too. So they get out there and do that. Joe, I'd be remiss if I didn't bring this up because this was a hot topic on Twitter, high school sports Twitter or whatever. This realignment that's going on, and is it all of California, CIF California, or is it just Northern
section? Only this section does it.
It's this section. All right, yeah. Like what's going on? There's some things that I've heard about that I like and I don't like. I know they're putting all the Elk Grove schools together, which I think is a great idea, but then you got, the metros getting broken up. I think Burbank is going to be out of the metro.
Well, these are only proposals. And so every 4 years, unless there's a COVID break, there's realignment. And that's happened for decades. And what's realignment? Well, you try to shuffle the leagues around or teams and put them in the right leagues to try to make it as fair and balanced as you can, because some schools' enrollments drop. You open a new school in their neighborhood and their enrollment could take a real hit. And so you don't want to, especially in football, if you're just getting beat into the ground, or in basketball. And so you have all these committees and these meetings, and there's about 4 or 5 meetings and proposals. And it's got to be the input of the coaches and the athletic directors. But, some of it makes perfect sense. Monterey Trail and Laguna Creek are Oak Grove Unified School District teams. They've been in the Metro League. Which is fine, but they'd rather be in the Delta League surrounded by their neighborhood schools. Elk Grove High, Franklin, Sheldon, Cosumnes Oaks, Pleasant Grove. So that makes sense, and that's probably going to happen. And then there's discussion that Del Oro wants to get out of the Sierra Foothill League. Well, Del Oro, we think of football. And I don't think that's going to happen because logistically it makes sense to keep them there. There's talk of what to do with Sac High. Well, put Sac High back in the Metro League. I mean, that fits. There's talk of Burbank going to a different league. No, you got to keep the city schools together. Maybe put Christian Brothers back in the Metro League. Kenny, I think when you were in high school, Christian Brothers was a Metro League school, and it just logistically it made sense. So there's a lot of discussion, and there's a lot of discussion too, guys, of let's create football power leagues, and that's always being discussed. But then that's going to take a lot of organization where some Bay Area leagues will do it or sections will do it, where you have a whole tier of football powers. And if you have an off year or two, then you drop down in division, things like that. But I like the idea of realignment in general because you're trying to make it as balanced as you can, the whole scope of program. Okay, so let's say if you have Grant football, which didn't fit in the Sierra Foothill League with Folsom and Del Oro and Oak Ridge, and it just overwhelmed them. Back in the 2000s, they would have done just fine. So then they get moved in the Metro. It saves their program, but then Grant football's too strong for McClatchy and too strong for Burbank, and those are 68-0 games. So how's that helpful? So it's never a perfect system. And Monterey Trail football coach TJ Ewing, he's been the coach there since the school opened in 2005, doesn't like being in the Metro because they have those 72-0 games and running the whole second half. You don't get better. That's why he plays De La Salle in a non-league. That's why he plays Folsom. He wants to get back in the Delta League. And why does it matter in football? We've talked about this before too, where the revenue generated from football attendance helps fund all sports on campus. And there you go. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with the realignment. There's another weird story that happened yesterday. Austin Mack.
I saw that. That's crazy.
Quarterback star, Folsom. Yeah. Big as a house, 6'6". As a sophomore, he was a bit overwhelmed, and then he grew, and he got better. And then as a junior last year, gets him to the NorCal finals, beats De La Salle with a game winner in the regular season. They lose the rematch. And he improved light years, became a national recruit, moves his feet, looks around, wants to be better, wants to be that guy. And now he's reclassified, which is a new thing. And he's technically a junior. He's 16 years old, but now he's off to this summer. He'll be off to the Washington Huskies on scholarship. And I'm thinking, I'm not a fan of that, but that's his decision. He posted a tweet and said, let's respect that. I'm going to get a hold of him, talk to him about it. 16-year-old is too young to be
that's crazy
practicing with the Washington Huskies, and he'll be 17 next year, certainly. But, and Folsom's, doesn't want to see him go, but they've got talent up their sleeve. They've got guys everywhere. And so that's a new deal. Alyssa Silva was our SAC B softball player of the year for Oak Grove High School last year. And she did the same thing. She reclassified. Now she's at the University of Arizona. It's a new deal. And if it shows that they're really ambitious and pretty bright to graduate that early. I needed every day of my senior year to graduate, to walk. Don't forget to get that last Spanish test in, Davidson. You're not going to walk, that kind of thing. So that's, and the other thing is we've seen this too. If you're a really good basketball player, you might be headed to a prep school by your senior year.
Yeah.
Joe, you've been dubbed a walking Wikipedia page, man. We appreciate you so much.
Appreciate you guys.
Always.
Go Lions.
Love catching up with you.
Light the beam. Hey, I'll light that beam and I'll take a photo and send it to you guys.
Please do.
And then if there's a loss, there'll be no beam.
That's fine. I'll light the beam and I'll send a photo also. It's going to look a little bit different. But Joe, we appreciate you, buddy. Thanks as always.
Thanks, guys.
That's our man, Joe Davidson. No one better when it comes to talking about sports in this area than our man. Then Jody, you did some math.
Yes.
I want to hear this math. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about Kenny's math when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Joe can go.
He can. He's the man.
Joe can go.
Aldrin, I agree. Although I don't know, man. I feel like football might have the mantle right now in Sacramento. They got some big time football schools. But I don't know. But I'm a basketball guy, so I'm biased.
It's weird that Justine's working over here.
Yeah. Something else going on over here.
Mm-hmm.
Swints isn't in his spot.
So everyone moves. And Squintz's normal spot isn't open. Someone's there. I don't think I could function like this. Y'all just out there just sitting wherever.
I gotta sit in the same spot or it'll bug me.
Yeah, that's me too. I park damn near in the same spot every day. Your mic's off, buddy.
Up. Oh, it was? I didn't even realize this. I was saying, Kyle, you're right. Baseball going up right now, man. I think he decided to go to school. I think he got drafted in the 3rd round or something like that. And I think he's going to Stanford.
There you go. Oh, man. How y'all feeling, man? Everybody good?
Y'all were freaking out at the beginning of the show.
I love we have this video. I'll play it for like 2 seconds. And we literally can't play it on YouTube because they like that's a copyright violation. Like, yo, Rick made it for us. Like, how is that a copyright violation?
If we're not reporting it, how's it a copyright?
No idea. If it literally comes from the guy who owns it.
Yeah, I wanted to get out to some of the game, but this is not going to happen. So in FHS Network, he's going to have to be my friend. I did that last year. I watched all the games. I watched Brownies games and all that stuff. It's great service.
Y'all hit the thumbs up while you're here if you haven't yet. James Ham coming up. Close out the show. I think we need one more edition of Batty Thursday tomorrow. Got no games to talk about. We need, you know what we should have on? You know, we talking about having Laney on. He left me on ignore. We need to have Don on.
Hell yeah.
I don't think Don can talk about what he just did yet. So I don't know if it's worth waiting for or if we just have him on. See when he's free.
Yeah, we need to talk to Don though, one way or another.
Yeah. David, we're working on it, man. We're trying to make that a yearly. We were trying to make it a yearly thing starting last year, but that we all know how that went. So we'll keep working on it. But yeah, we're gonna try to do something.
Rachel,
try to do something.
Hustle real hard.
Appreciate everybody listening on the Odyssey app. Make sure you hit the heart button. Save ESPN 1320 as your favorite radio station. We love everybody listening on ESPN 1320 and 98.5 FM HD2. But that Odyssey app really is a great way to listen to us. Even if you're in the car, we know so many of you commute. You don't have to worry about losing signal or anything like that when you got us dialed up there on the app. But wherever you are, if you're watching or listening, we appreciate you for being with us here. Monday through Friday, 12 to 4 on ESPN 1320. Big thanks to Joe Davidson for joining us as well. Another wealth of information. James Ham, he's going to join us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. And Kenny did some math.
Did a little math last night. Because, I just wanted to see, it's like, I got all these thoughts in my head, scenarios, like, let's put pen to paper. And I still put pen to paper.
I can confirm this. You have spectacular penmanship.
Pen paper right here, man. It's not even in my computer.
Your penmanship is incredible.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Probably a lot of typos on there because they don't autocorrect, but that's just the nature of life.
But see, that's when your focus is heightened.
I agree
on what you're doing.
Completely
you know,
agree.
I can't scribble it out.
Ain't nothing scarier. Ain't nothing scarier than that handwritten note I write. Yeah, that's terrifying.
Cards. I still do that on cards, and that's just like
me too.
Whew, stressful.
Sweating, just beads of sweat dropping down. Like it's I before E, except after C. All right, got it. That's the lyric. I got it. Ridiculous.
But and Roddy asked the question in the chat. He said, "Did KC go through the remaining Kings schedule like me?" It's funny you say that, Roddy, because I saw you earlier when he said the Kings finishing 12-13 to finish the season, and I'm totally fine with that. So here's the deal, right? I look at this situation here with the way this season ends, and I did the same study as Roddy did. Kings got 25 games left.
Okay.
Obviously, you can't go 500. We keep saying go 500. Well, they can't go 500 with 25.
Well, yesterday you could have.
Yeah, yesterday. But I did it after the game. So 25 games left. You can't go 500.
Yeah.
And I took the worst case scenario. What I believe is the worst case scenario. Like not saying 500. I could have said they go 13-12. I said no. Let's say 12-13. They finished 12-13.
Mm-hmm.
They finished with a record of 44-38.
Okay.
Then I took all the teams that are currently in the play-in.
44-38. It's about on pace for what they've been the last couple of weeks. 6, 7, 8 games above 500.
Yep, absolutely. Finished 6 games over in that scenario.
Mm-hmm.
So I took all the teams that are below them in the standings, and I said, this is what they need to do in their remaining games to have a better record than the Sacramento Kings.
Mm-hmm.
You got the Phoenix Suns. They got 23 games left. To have a better record than the Kings, they'd have to go 13-10. Very doable. Like, I think that'll happen personally.
Yeah.
So that's one team ahead of them. Kings, moved to 4.
Down to 4.
Clippers got 22 games left. They'd have to go 13-9 to end the season. After what I saw yesterday, I think they'll be able to attain that.
Down to 5.
On the 5. Now you got the Mavericks. The Mavericks have 23 games left. They've got to go 14-9 to finish the season. And remember when I say this, this is with the Kings playing under 500. I mean, it's not conceivable the Kings finish 15-10 to finish the season.
Absolutely not.
You know what I mean? I just went with the worst case scenario for argument's sake. We're playing devil's advocate. Mavericks will have to go 14-9 in that situation.
We hope this is the worst case scenario.
We hope. Yeah. Knock on whatever.
There's no indication
what is
that
granite. I don't know.
I don't know what it is either. Just knock on it. I always do. It's just knock on it. It's fine.
But the Mavs in that scenario with the Kings playing under 500 would still have to go 14-9 to finish ahead of the Kings. Could happen, but I don't know.
So
like I said, I don't know about that. Now you get into your Pelicans. They got 24 games left. They'd have to finish 15-9 to be better than the Kings.
See, that feels like a bigger stretch than Dallas finishing. What was it, 14-9, 15-9? Yeah, it feels like the Pelicans doing that feels like a far bigger stretch. To me,
I agree. You got the T-Wolves. They got 22 games left.
Yeah.
They got to finish 14-8 in 22 games. They haven't come close to that all year.
I don't think they've done that all year. Yeah.
It's not happening. Warriors, 24 games left. We'll talk about them in a second. They've got to go 16-8 to finish the season.
Are they under 500 or 500 exactly right now?
I think they're 500 exactly.
They are. They're 29-29.
And they're the only team. They're one. It's what I keep saying. They're the only team in the top 20 teams in the NBA that still doesn't have double-digit wins on the road.
That's crazy. They're 7-22. They're 22-7 at home and 7-22 on the road. That is absolutely stunning.
It's crazy. And then you got the Jazz.
For context, the Lakers are 13-18 and they're 26-32.
Right. And then you've got the Jazz, 23 games left. They'd have to go 16-7. So worst case scenario, with the Kings finishing a game under 500 in the final 25, they should be in some type of postseason situation, a play-in situation. I think they'll be in top 6. Here's the deal. I went to the schedule.
Okay.
And I wasn't looking for 12 games, but I just went down the schedule. And I think I went absolute, once again, relatively speaking, you guys know what I mean, worst case scenario for the Kings.
Please don't do what I think you're about to do.
I found 12 wins.
Please don't. Just don't name them off.
I'm not going to
Okay.
name them. I got them here, but I'm not going to name them.
Yeah,
But
don't name them.
I found 12 wins.
Because we
found-
know how that goes.
I came up with 12 wins.
Okay.
I'm not afraid though.
I know you're not.
Like, I'm not afraid.
I'm
Like,
politely asking you not
I
to
believe
read
in this
these
team.
off.
This team handles business. They do what they do. But I got 12 wins.
Mhm.
They've got 2 more back-to-back situations. Don't have them sweeping either one of those. I don't have them
Oklahoma City and Phoenix.
in Portland.
Oh, Oklahoma City and Portland.
I don't have them sweeping.
Okay.
They play the Clippers 2 more times. I don't have them beating the Clippers not once.
Mm.
They play the Suns 2 more times.
Smart.
I don't have them beating the Suns not once. I don't
Interesting.
have them beating New Orleans not once.
Really?
I don't have them beating Milwaukee or Boston. I don't even think I have them beating Chicago. And I still
Well, apparently, I don't think anyone is beating Milwaukee, by the way. It was funny. I think they were on a 10-game win streak for like 4 weeks, and they just won their 11th straight game last night. I feel like they hadn't played in a month.
Yeah, they had a super long
They had an all-star break.
Really?
Like,
Before
the Milwaukee
All-Star
Bucks
break.
had an all-star break.
Right. So in that, I say all this is to say, in this practice that I did,
Mhm.
I said, let's just say they lose to almost all the good teams.
Okay.
Because that's what everybody thinks
Chicago
is going to
The
happen.
Chicago Bulls.
Yeah, and at Chicago, that's things.
No,
happen.
I meant they're the Chicago Bulls of last
yes,
year.
There you go. Because that's what everybody thinks is going to happen in the second half anyway. You know, just games get tougher and all.
It
this
gets
other stuff.
tougher.
Yeah. So I said, fine, don't beat any of the good teams. Still came up with 12 wins.
Okay.
Everybody calm down. The Kings are finishing in the top 6.
But no,
Finishing in the top 6.
now I'm angry.
It was all arguments day. Do I believe
Wait,
they
no, hang
can't
on.
beat New Orleans? Sure.
How many times have the Warriors been here? Twice?
They've been here once. They
Oh,
played
just
them 3
once.
times.
They played them 3 times, but 2 of them were at Chase
Cool.
Center.
Yeah.
Okay. Because one of those 7 wins is here.
Not for the Warriors. They lost here.
They lost here?
Yeah. They lost here.
Where was the first one? The first one was that a
First one was they first 2 were in Golden State.
Oh, okay.
And then
All right.
that's when you left me and Olivia.
Where was I?
You left. You were at the game, you left.
Oh, where I left you and Olivia. That's right. That's right. That's right. Yeah.
That was Warren G night.
No,
by the way.
it was West Coast hip hop
West
night.
Coast hip-hop night.
And magically, D'Lo goes home at halftime, and it's
We
courtside
were looking
Kenny.
for cotton candy.
We scoured the arena for cotton candy, and no, it's okay. You don't have to look anymore. And then I leave, and all these videos being posted, sitting next to Mike Brown. Maybach O giving Mike Brown advice on what substitutes to run to make sure that the Kings win.
Yeah, man. But I mean, I say all this to say,
Acting like she was sad I left. As soon as I walk out the door, hey, we going down to your seats now, Kenny? Kenny, can we go to your seat since he's finally gone? I honestly didn't think we were going to get him out on a Sunday night.
We were broken up, man. We were broken up that D'Lo didn't stay around.
Yeah, really looked
Well,
like
we
it.
got that win, though.
Looked like it. Did get the win.
We got the win.
Oak saw the beam before I did.
I don't even think we looked to the sky that.
It was still new.
I don't even think we didn't pay no mind to no beam.
forgot. Yeah. Probably was only the second or third time it was lit.
Yeah, we didn't pay no mind to the roof of the Golden One Center.
Was busy listening to Regulate.
Right. But yeah, man, I say all that to say, I mean, and that doesn't take into account a number of different things, right? So like Phoenix and the Clippers play each other on Thursday. It's a guaranteed loss for somebody.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I'm sure the Mavericks play the Suns again this year. It's a loss for somebody. Like those losses are going to happen. And once again, this is me saying taking an absolute pessimistic view on the Sacramento Kings. Kings just ain't going to beat no good teams the rest of the year. Sure, have at it. Still found 12. I think it's more realistic the Kings finish about 15-10. I think that's how they finish the season, about 15-10.
Which, again, that's not playing above their head. That's what they've been for damn near 60 games this season.
Mm-hmm.
And at looking at all of these other teams, you mentioned, and I don't remember the numbers off the top of my head, but the numbers for New Orleans. Maybe New Orleans is wrong, but the numbers for Minnesota definitely aren't. Minnesota has not played like that one time this year.
14-8.
They have not done that this year. Now, New Orleans might have.
New Orleans did for a quick second with Zion, and I don't know if Brandon Ingram was there or not.
I don't think he was, because that was a topic of conversation on this show.
Right.
Utah has. It's just a question of whether you bought what you saw or not, because they haven't done it since. Once they declined, it was like the opposite of the Kings. When you said was it 5 games above 500 and don't ever look back? Well, they haven't. Once Utah went down, they never went back up.
Right.
Now they haven't sunk like so many people thought that they would. They've stayed afloat. Like they're right there. If they want, we said this earlier. If you want a play-in spot, it's available for you. The question will become at some point, who actually wants it? San Antonio's fine. Houston's fine. They're in the lottery. They're very, very high in the lottery. Who else wants to play the ping pong ball game?
Right.
And, we'll see what Portland looks like. We'll see what Utah looks like. I mean, there's questions about, Russell Westbrook in Utah. And I've got a question about Russell Westbrook in Utah. Well, go ahead.
Birdie told me Russ is meeting with the Clippers today. Nobody else has this, but a Birdie told me that. Very reliable. Like the Birdie that told me, they don't ever tell me nothing about NBA news.
Okay.
So we'll see what happens there.
Okay.
Meeting with the Clippers, though.
Okay. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app. The report is Russell Westbrook's going to take time during the All-Star break to decide what he wants to do next.
I mean, he might meet with the Clippers and not even want to go there. I'm just saying he's meeting with the Clippers.
I'm trying to.
Do you hear the same thing?
I'm of the belief. I have a feeling Russell Westbrook is going to sign with the Los Angeles Clippers. Now, there's a report out there that Utah's just letting him do what you want, take your time. And I asked the question, looking at you, could Russ help Utah? Like what?
I laughed at that when I saw that report. They've had a conversation, and Russ has said he might actually even stay in Utah.
I don't think that Russell Westbrook is staying in Utah, and I think, given some chatter, we believe that Russell Westbrook is signing with the Los
Hearing
Angeles
the same
Clippers.
things separately? We ain't talked about this. You hearing the same things?
Sort of.
Okay.
Yeah, sort of. Yeah. I sort of heard the same thing. Sort of heard the same thing like a week ago. So we'll see where that's why we've never talked about like Russell Westbrook in Utah and all these reports out there. Like, I don't think that's true. Like there was a Chicago report.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to Chicago.
I don't think so.
There was a Miami report, which when you brought it up, I was like, there was some validity. I was like, oh, that makes a ton of sense. I got to message that show. Strong indications are Russell Westbrook is going to the Los Angeles Clippers. So we'll leave it at that. But the Clippers are the Clippers are good.
Clippers might go I'd say yesterday the Suns, man, the Clippers might go to the finals. Oh man.
I did some math.
Oh, okay.
But it was
look at this. This is like Mrs. Yamamoto's class.
I don't know her, but I'm sure she was a terrific teacher.
She was. I think it was geometry she taught.
I don't remember my math teachers, probably because I was just so bad at it and was just trying to get
Mrs.
through
Yamamoto, the only one I remember.
The Clippers beat the Warriors last night 134-124. And as I'm watching the game, like the score really stood out. Because we've talked about like the Clippers will play you in a low scoring. Like the Clippers will beat you 108-106 and be perfectly content with that. I think the Clippers would prefer to beat you 108-106. I was like, wow, 134. That's probably not something they've done very often. And then I started to look and I I found that the Clippers have been above 124 points 10 times this season. All of them have been within the last month and a half. That coincides exactly with this tear Kawhi Leonard is on. Kawhi Leonard is comfortably scoring 25 plus points every night. And there's a few, I think he scored 13 or 17 a couple of nights ago, 13, maybe a week before that. But you look, you see 30, 35, 33, 30, 31, 27, 25. Like those are his game logs now. And that has seen the offensive potential of the Los Angeles Clippers skyrocket. It's like they're not losing shots or points anywhere else because Kawhi's there. They're just adding them. It's like everybody else is still doing exactly what they were doing earlier in the season. It's just Kawhi now is scoring a bunch of points. It's a dangerous squad.
Tough, bro.
That is a dangerous team.
Whew. Well,
Kawhi's, like I said this about Kyrie in the fourth quarter the other night of that game against Minnesota. Like Kyrie's reminding people right now. He's reminding everybody. Kind of think Kawhi Leonard's doing the same thing.
I remember it was, I don't know how long ago it was, but I remember about a month ago, I watched the Clippers play, and granted Kawhi was working himself back into shape and into playing shape. And I was just like, he don't look the same, man. He don't have the same lift and explosiveness. Just looks a step slow. Well, looks like he didn't work his way back into basketball shape. Because he's a problem right now. The Clippers looking tough, man. Clippers looking tough. I was thinking about this last night when I was doing all the math and everything, and it's like, I wonder what, if the Kings can stay in the top 6, who would their first round matchup be? And you know what a part of me said? Part of me said Memphis.
Their best first round matchup?
No, I'm just saying.
A first round matchup would be. Oh, okay.
And I could see a scenario where and I say that saying I could see a scenario Memphis falls.
Yeah, okay.
Falls to like 3, maybe 4. They say a 4 or 5 matchup with the Kings in Memphis. I could see that.
I could.
That would be crazy. Like I could tell you right now, we wouldn't like the Memphis Grizzlies.
Oh, I think we already don't.
Yeah, we would.
I think we already don't.
There would be some real heat during that.
I believe it.
Series.
Yeah, I believe it. Kenny would be fighting Dylan Brooks during Game 4.
I would. Would I give him the Devin Booker treatment? I don't think so. Maybe
No?
I would. Nah, I probably would. I might I might get that treatment to Ja. Just watching at home. Like I ain't gonna, like I said, just get caught up in it.
You'd be giving it to T. He'll be here.
He will.
He'll find his way to get a courtside seat. He'll be here.
I think I'd meet T. What's up, T? I'd be cool with T.
And get you a cardigan the day you meet him. Not the one Shannon Sharp had on. I ain't getting you that one.
No, man. Come on, man.
I'm looking
That's
back.
next level.
I'm at Kawhi. I'm looking at Kawhi's game logs, and this really is kind of fascinating. He missed 5 games leading into December. And so starting December 5th, I'm trying to figure out if there's like a pattern or a method to this. Because he plays 2, misses 1. Plays 3, misses 1. Plays 3, misses 1. Plays 3, misses 1. Then there's this weird thing where he plays 1 and misses the other. That's the second night of a back-to-back. Then he plays 5, misses 1. Plays 5, misses 1. Plays 5, misses 1. Last night was the first after an inactive. So I wonder if
there's a pattern there.
Yeah, it feels like there's a method to this approach with Kawhi Leonard.
The real simplistic.
At least since December, because before December he missed a lot of games before December.
The real simplistic approach to it, which is probably a lot more thought out than this, but you take 4 game increments in that first one, and you try to get them in 3 straight games.
Mm-hmm.
Have them sit that one game. That's your 4. Then you start the 4 all over again. Then once you start to build that up, now 4 turns into 6 game increments.
Yeah.
and you play the 5, let them sit that 1, then you start the 6 all over again. And
it'll be interesting how they approach this because you obviously because he'll have a break here in the All-Star game. Does he wind up playing 6 games in a row or 7 games in a row, like actual? They'll be really, really spread out because of the All-Star game. And do they continue this resting period all the way, or this resting approach all the way until the playoffs
and to
start?
be honest with you, I don't see why they wouldn't.
I don't see why they wouldn't either,
Like,
with the way that they're playing.
What you trying to prove with having them play 10 games in a row? Like, do the same thing, because with them, they've got everything correct. They're moving in the right direction. The biggest thing for them is to make sure Paul George and Kawhi are as healthy as they can be going into the playoffs. So if that means putting them on that, 3 games in a row, sit 1, 3, whatever, 5, I'd bring it back down to 3 games in a row, right? Like, I wouldn't even mess around with the 5 games in a row. I'd bring it back down, 3 games in a row, sit, 3 games in a row, sit, and do it that way, because the only thing that matters is having these guys ready to go in the playoffs. And in the playoffs, there's going to be a lot of rest in between those games.
They lost
in the series.
They've lost 5 in a row without Kawhi, and they're 1-9 in their last 10 without Kawhi. Whew.
Yeah, matter
That's
of fact,
a difference maker.
Matter of fact, go back to that 4-game increment, because maybe we can guarantee off top like 5 losses for the Clippers. Then they just, we just need 4 more losses, because I got them needing to go 13-9.
Yeah, I don't even know what their schedule looks like. I haven't looked at it. I haven't looked at
just
the
know they
Clippers
play the
schedule
Suns
at all.
on Thursday.
Who he root for? That's 4. That's 4 versus. That's 4 versus 5.
We root for rain. That's all we root for. I don't know, because both of them teams, if I had to guess, they gonna pass up the game.
They're gonna be there. The Clippers after the break. Geez, the Kings got a back-to-back coming out the break.
Yeah.
Clippers are here that Friday.
Yeah.
Let's go. A 7:30 start.
Let's go.
That's a Friday night. That's fine.
Let's go.
Boy. Sacramento, Denver, Minnesota, Golden State, Sacramento.
Wait a minute. No, that's in Los Angeles. I was about
the
to
first
say,
one's in Los Angeles.
Yeah, I was about to say
it's Portland here.
But they got another. You said Friday. I was like, I know that, because they got another Friday with the Clippers here.
Yeah, that's March 3rd.
Yeah. Street's gonna be.
That's
people,
a 7
people
o'clock
gonna be
start.
out that night from everything I hear.
Oh yeah.
From everything I hear, people are like, yo,
boy, you got sources
out
everywhere.
Here. We out here.
They got a couple against Memphis. They got another one against Phoenix. Yeah. I'm going to stop short of saying they're in really, really good shape. They got 3 against Memphis.
That's easy work nowadays.
Well, okay. We'll use this opportunity to take a break. Michael Jordan is celebrating his 60th birthday in a unique way. We'll touch on that. James Ham at the top of the hour. Much more ahead. Phone lines are open for you. 916-909-1320. It's D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Let's get this 13th round action popping off. Oops, not that one. This one. Let me get my clock ready. Don't mind me. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to my people over at Meister Watches. Much love, big dog. Shout out to Ryan. Shout out to the plug, Jovan. Big ups to him. Shout out to Jordan Brand. Shout out to Don is Dope. And always, shout out to Cola CMOS. Y'all know what it is, man. My girl Cola coming with the goods. You see, I'm already halfway through this. I actually had to slow down so you guys could see there was something still in here, because I was ready to down the whole thing. Cola CMOS. Go check that out. Much love for the support. We got to talk about the WBC. I mean, come on, man. What are these guys doing? According to reports, Mauricio Suleiman, president of the WBC, said that Jake Paul will enter the WBC cruiserweight rankings if he beats Tommy Fury, and WBC cruiserweight champion, I forgot how to say the guy's name, the guy who Canelo was about to fight, is already set to defend against Badu Jack on the undercard. So Jake Paul possibly could start to get in the rankings and get in contention to win the cruiserweight title. The man's fought 3 or 4 fights. I'm not even sure. They haven't been against any real boxers. And Mauricio Suleiman is out here saying he's going to be in the rankings in the cruiserweight division because he beat Tommy Fury. WBC, which is like the most prestigious strap in boxing, the green belt, it is prestigious. Mauricio Suleiman is a complete joke. This is the same guy that gave Lomachenko a franchise belt so he didn't have to fight Devin Haney. This is the same guy that gave Canelo, made up a belt, by the way, just made up the franchise thing, made up the franchise belt so Canelo wouldn't have to face the Charlos. And now he's doing this nonsense. The WBC, to be so prestigious, is just going to hell in a handbasket with Suleiman just shilling for a number of different guys, really shilling for a buck. This is a joke. I don't have a problem with Jake Paul, but this is a joke, and the WBC is embarrassing themselves. It's nasty, nasty behavior, and that's the 13th round. Nasty behavior. This Colasimos is some good stuff, man. Shout out to my girl Cola. This is pineapple. Pineapple's cool. I like it. I like strawberry the most, though. Jay Hardaway, that's Big Cap. Pay attention to who you're listening to. I forgot who it is. I think it's Deontay's brother or stablemate. Called Cap on all of that, on everything that's been said. It's nasty. Coppinger was saying nasty stuff. He came out and says Big Cap all over the place. Now, whatever they do, if they can, find a network or they're not with the network no more, whatever. I mean, I don't know nothing about that. But all this, everybody's leaving PBC, that's not necessarily true. And why are you so happy for that? The only people I don't like is Eddie Hearn and Matchroom Boxing. And even then, if they were to put on good fights, I'd tip my hat, man. Because it's about the boxing, man. I don't really care. I just want to see good fights. Y'all know how I feel about Bob Arum. Y'all know I don't like Bob Arum in Top Ranks. Who been louder than me saying, damn, Top Rank is killing it right now with the matchmaking, with the fights they putting on. They putting in work. They doing work. Had a hell of a season. It's me. It's me. So I like PBC because I like Al. Then I see all the blatant racist shit that they do with PBC and Al Heyman. I see all that shit and I don't like it. So I want them to succeed. But at the end of the day, I just, I want to see the best fights. I want to see the best fight the best. And that's why, Edward Berlanga, I'll probably talk about that tomorrow. Him going to Matchroom. That's trash, bro. That's garbage. Eddie Hearn is just trash. Like if he was better at his job, I wouldn't have no problem with Eddie Hearn. He just garbage and be talking shit about people all the time. And I'm not for all that. Jay Hardaway, Al Heyman, see, people get mad at Al Heyman for doing what Bob Arum has done for decades, what Eddie Hearn is doing. They all just want to make in-house fights. That's it. Now, I'm going to tell you what the problem is. The problem is Al Heyman is black and he's controlling the situation, and they don't like that.
Man, I completely forgot.
What you think about
Batty Thursday already taking a hit.
Oh, no.
Matt's going to the All-Star game. He's headed to Utah, and I completely forgot.
Who wants to pull up on Batty Thursday? You got to be a baddie, though.
I mean, you got to be a baddie. You got to be the main event for Batty Thursday. It wasn't even Batty Thursday until Matt came on.
It's true. That's facts.
I don't think Matt's really going to the All-Star game tomorrow. I just think he's working on new material for the show.
Matt, he's got writer's block.
He's got, well, you can relate. It's a break for you.
I know, man. I can get caught up on some bars now.
There you go.
It's like, all right, let me tuck some away. But they're coming so fast and furious. It's like, man, I don't know what I do when the Kings clinch a playoff spot.
Oh my gosh,
it's gotta be more than just regular bars there.
That's an album release party. That's an album release party right there. 916-909-1320 if you want to get in on the phone lines. James Ham will be with us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. Michael Jordan's birthday is an event every year.
I tell you straight up. I knew Michael Jordan's birthday before I knew my dad's.
Well,
I remembered that birthday growing up before I remember my dad's.
I don't even know my dad's birthday.
The time I found out, I like committed to memory what my dad's birthday was he got mad at me one year. He said, "You didn't even call me." I said, "I didn't forgot it was your birthday. I didn't even know." No, Michael Jordan's birthday's in the week.
Yeah. Yeah, and it is an event, and his birthday is Friday, and it's always a huge event at the All-Star Weekend. Michael Jordan's party. It's Michael Jordan's party. It's the Jordan brand party, but it's the ultimate way for Michael Jordan to throw the dopest birthday celebration imaginable, and it's the ticket that if you're in the city of the All-Star game that you want to be at, like that's the one that you want to be at,
even more than Kenny Smith's party.
Even more. Kenny Smith's party's close.
It's a good look.
It's
though.
Kenny Smith's party is an
I never
event
been
for
but
sure.
I've heard stories.
It's I went to Kenny Smith's party in New Orleans.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Woo!
Yeah.
Woo!
Oh wow is the perfect way to describe it. Inside and outside.
Woo!
Oh wow is and you know, New Orleans, some of those areas, the streets are a little gravelly.
Yeah,
it could be
absolutely
old
sack-ish.
Yeah, perfect. Yep. Imagine walking those in heels about 1.5 feet high. Oh man, you must experience the All-Star game once, of the whole All-Star experience. I got invited to go. I think the main reason I don't want to go, I don't want to go to Utah.
No.
And I wouldn't really be I wouldn't really be working. I would just be going to go. And I got a great connect who wanted to set everything up. It's like, I don't want to go to Utah to be. I mean, I'd be like, "Hey, Kenny, I'm going to Miami, bro. I'll see you." Or, you know, Vegas, I just take you with me. Like, hey, I need 2 for everything. Let's go. I don't want to go to Utah.
No, not interesting.
I'll root on Domas and De'Aaron and Keegan and Kevin Herter from home.
I mean, they're gonna be there in 5 years when they come back to
it's like
regular cities.
Yeah, it's the first of many All-Star games that those 2 are going to make. Those 3 are going to make. Those 4 are going to make. But Michael Jordan's birthday is always a big centerpiece of All-Star Weekend, and it's always such an event in sports. And he's hitting a monumental birthday, his 60th birthday. And while the brand throws the big party at All-Star Weekend, Michael Jordan donated $10 million to Make-A-Wish in celebration of his 60th birthday. And if I read this correctly, it's the largest single donation to Make-A-Wish ever.
Yep. Yeah.
I don't know, man. That's gold stuff right there.
Yeah, man. That's great stuff by Jordan. This comes off the heels. I was looking for it, but and you know, it's always good to follow up on these things, you know, for people to make sure it's not just PR. It's not for PR or anything like that. But didn't he pledge to donate like
a
$10
billion.
million.
Some absurd. It was
Something
I think it
crazy
was
to, like,
higher
black-
than 10 million. It might have
black
been
owned businesses.
100 million or something. It was
something
something
like that, yeah.
crazy. Yes, he did do that.
Yeah.
I don't remember what the number was, but it was a massive amount that I don't think it was 10 million. I'm leaning towards 100, and that sounds outrageous, but it was a massive number that, yes, he was donating to. And this was, I'm guessing, like 2020, maybe just after 2020 that he did that.
I think it was right before the show started.
Okay.
It was around there, because I remember where I heard it. It wasn't here. So yeah, like it's great to see. And one of the things that I kind of hate hearing is, like, when something like this happens and they're like, oh, Jordan donated $10 million. Jordan Brand made $2 billion last year.
Yeah, I hate
Like,
when
that's
people do
whack,
that.
bro.
Yeah.
Like, that's whack. Like, $10 million is $10 million regardless of how much money you have.
$100 million over the next 10
$100
years.
million.
Yeah, over the next 10 years is the number.
It's great. It's great. Kudos to Mike, man, for doing that. Michael Jordan is, and I don't know what the reasoning for it is, but we talk about it all the time. I mean, he seems to be, at least, a lot more engaging after, like, he's fully committed from being gone from basketball. Like, 'cause I even think, even when he was retired after the Wizards for a little bit, he was still, like, in that competitive mode. Like, he's like, man, I'm still a player. Now it seems like he's kind of moved into another phase of his life as of late. The first time I thought he did that was during Donald Sterling. And Mike went, because it was a stark contrast of Mark Cuban coming out saying, it's a slippery slope. I don't know if we want to take the guy's team away for that. And then Michael Jordan, like, immediately was like, no, there's no place for that in the league, period. Get him out. Those were, like, the first two comments from owners. And it seemed like that from that moment on, Mike has been a little more, I don't know, focused or a little more outward with some of the things he does.
That was sign number one. Mark Cuban was full of crap, and he knew exactly what was
Right.
going on in the Dallas Mavericks organization.
Yeah.
It's a slippery slope. No, it's actually not. It's really not, Mark. But I think that's the mentality of most owners. If that's the mentality of Mark Cuban, imagine what the NFL owners talk like.
Gosh.
With the exception of my guy in Carolina, was it Tepper? Was it David Tepper in Carolina? Who's like one of the newest NFL owners? Oh, I can't imagine. I can't imagine what those conversations are like.
Yeah.
Jordan's really kind of flipped the script, I think, since 2020, and perhaps even since The Last Dance. Because Black Lives didn't matter in April when Last Dance started airing. They didn't matter until like May. That's when there was that brief moment where Black Lives mattered. But I felt there was a shift there because Jordan did talk about that famous stupid line about Republicans and sneakers and the backing of a candidate in North Carolina. Whew, in doing the research on that, boy, that is tough. Like,
and I think wasn't the situation, there was a black candidate running for governor against, like, this unbelievably racist white guy. And they wanted Mike to back the black guy. And Mike was like, I'm not getting involved in that. And that's
it. And I think that the continuing part of the story is he didn't get involved in it publicly.
Right.
But he did privately. Right. And the argument was, that's not, like, your money's not enough.
Right. It's not your money.
Like, we need your face. Yeah, we need your influence. And that was not a thing that you did. That was not a popular thing for athletes to do back in the 80s.
Yeah. And I think, because I feel like he talked about it, or maybe it was on The Last Dance or something. He, like, it kind of felt like he didn't understand that. He was like, because, like, he's like, no, I'm not getting involved in that. Not really thinking twice. And then it became a big deal. Like I think his mom might have said so. He's like, I didn't know it was a big deal. Like, I'll donate to him. I didn't know it was a problem. Like, not like, oh no, I ain't doing that. He was like, I didn't know it was an issue. There was almost a certain level of naiveness to him that you kind of want to be like, how were you that naive? But
and when you look in, and I can't remember the dude's name, but when you realize how influential that North Carolina, it is. And I mean, and it went on for decades. Like John Lewis fought that dude for decades, and it's just one of, like, when you tell the whole story and you read this, it's like, oh, that's bad. That's really bad. But there aren't, I'm so anxious. Like, I've already got it earmarked, especially after talking to Jason Jones yesterday. I added them both to the watch list on my Apple TV. I've come to think about it, I ain't got no Kings games to watch for a few days, but I know
for a long time
I'm watching that Bill Russell thing, which I thought the Bill Russell thing was a singular show. It's not. It's episodic. I don't know how many episodes there are, if they're released weekly or if there's just 2 and they're already both posted.
What is that on?
Netflix.
Okay.
So that's the Bill Russell joint. And then the Abdul Rauf stand on Showtime. Like, I've got both of those added to the playlist to watch this weekend. But I bring up Bill Russell just because, like, Michael in 85, what black athlete was Michael looking at? There wasn't one.
Right.
Like, Bill Russell was a decade and a half ago, 2 decades ago. Like, that influence wasn't, I mean, obviously he knew who Bill Russell is. I'm not suggesting that. Obviously he knows who Muhammad Ali is. He's looking at that as like, that's 68. That's 69. Like, I don't have a black athlete to look to and lean on. Like, Walter Payton was probably, the big black athlete of the time, or I don't know. Walter Payton's the only one I could come up with. I don't know who else.
Magic too.
Well, Magic. Yeah. Magic was the other one.
Magic wasn't.
I mean,
loud and black and brown, like that wasn't his thing.
I felt like people didn't look at, and this is all hindsight. I was 12. I didn't think it at the time, but and Magic didn't say nothing when that Rodney King video came out.
That wasn't his thing. And you know me,
it wasn't any black athlete's thing.
No.
And that's the crazy part is we always talk about Bill Russell and Jim Brown, the 60s version of Jim Brown, not the new version of Jim Brown.
That's a wild boy now.
But the 60s version of Jim Brown and Muhammad Ali and Bill Russell, and we talk about them. And then there's like this big gap where it's like Muhammad Abdul Rauf, you talk about him, but it's almost like he's almost like this weird standalone thing that there's nothing to surround it with. And then Cap, and then everything with black athletes changed after Colin Kaepernick. Everything. And there's like nothing in the 80s or 90s or early 2000s.
Right.
There's nothing there.
Yeah. No, absolutely, man. And I remember one time Cheryl Nell Grove had set up something with some organization she was working with, and they got Dr. Harry Edwards to speak. And he was speaking to just a group of people. Like, it wasn't even about sports or nothing like that. It's like state workers or something like that. And she was like, man, he's got to get back to the airport. I think this might even before Uber or something like that. Kenny, are you down to driving back to the airport? And I was like, yeah, yes, absolutely. There's like 40 minutes or something to get to the airport. And I just had an opportunity to just talk to him. And I always remember I brought up Michael Jordan and, the work that the guys before him did and LeBron did. And I was like, man, Dr. Edwards, how do you look at like Mike? Like, how do you feel like he dropped the ball or anything like that? And I'll never forget. He was like, no, I don't think he dropped the ball. I think what he did was different. And it seemed like what Mike was trying to do, where Russell and Jabbar and, those guys, Jim Brown, they were forcefully coming in and like fighting for stuff, right? he said he believed, and he talked to Mike. He knows Mike. So Mike's mindset was more of, I'm just gonna own everything about me, so you can't control me, and I'm gonna show other people that's the way. Like own your stuff, own everything about you to the point where they can't affect you. Now I don't know how much influence that had, or
Well, I can think of one guy it had influence on 23/6. Look at the way LeBron conducts himself.
He said, his thought was, Mike was like, I'm going to be in full control of anything, so you don't have any control over me. You can't paint nothing about, you can't say nothing about me, because not only do I own my own narrative, I probably own you. I'm big, I'm more important than anything that you have in your company and that you cover as a news station or something like that. You need me. And he said that was Mike's approach. And like I said, some people may or may not have liked that, or whatever the case may be. But that's how he did it. And you just mentioned LeBron had that knowledge, but then also came back with some Jim Brown and some and Bill Russell and those guys as well, where no, I'm stand up for mine too. Like, you ain't gonna just say anything, and I'm gonna control everything that goes on about me.
Yeah, and he recognized so early too. Like, he made the money Michael Jordan made in his NBA career, probably on his rookie deal.
Yeah.
Like, he made that money so quick, especially when you factor in that Nike deal that he signed right out the gate. And, you know, because the NBA money was different at the time, and he had so much more money that he could invest back into. He's got to be the first active billionaire in sports. Yeah. Well, Tiger, I don't know if Tiger's a billionaire or not. I would think if he's not, he's extremely close if he's not one yet. But he put so much of that money back into the community. It's making me think about, you brought up Dr. Harry Edwards. Dr. Edwards actually he didn't change my mind on someone, but he made me look at them differently. I had the opportunity to talk to him once at it was a sports and political symposium that was at San Jose State. And
that giant statue.
It's the first time I saw it. And that's where I met John Carlos and Tommy Smith, and that's where I met Howard Bryant and all of those guys. I asked him about Roger Goodell, and he told me, he was like, man, I know what it looks like, but Roger is trying. Like, that's not Roger's thinking, but Roger works for someone. And I think Roger Goodell should be held accountable for a lot of things in the NFL. But the fact is, it was kind of that conversation that made Roger's a mouthpiece. Oh, he's the most powerful man. No, he's not. Jerry Jones is more powerful than Roger Goodell is. It's probably a handful of owners behind the scene. Robert Kraft is probably more powerful than Roger Goodell is. But Roger Goodell has to be the guy to have the tomatoes thrown at him. And that's what he's out there for. Absolutely. Adam Silver is more powerful than Roger Goodell is, because I think Adam Silver has more influence with owners than Roger Goodell does with NFL owners.
Rob Manfred is just non-existent.
He's useless.
Yeah,
he's just absolutely useless. He can't do anything on his own. He needs someone to hold his hand through everything. It's just incredibly embarrassing.
Trash. But I kind of feel the same way about Goodell. Also, you probably noticed this about me since working with me for like 2.5 years. Sometimes
we're not really friends. We only work like it's like
never talk
4
to this guy
o'clock, like we're out.
Show.
Yeah,
Never.
it's just like, well, you had a baby? Really? You didn't mention it on the show. I didn't know.
Sometimes one of the things I like to do is I like to watch people and watch people around others, right? And you don't always get it because, there's cameras, but, if you're there in person, maybe you see, but just watch. If I have a feeling about somebody, I like to see how they interact with other people. And if they give off the same energy to others, or the complete opposite, people seem to really like these guys. Like, you guys have heard me say this about Draymond, right? Like, I may think Draymond is a certain way, but I look around, people seem to really like Draymond. Maybe he's a better guy than he gives off to me personally. And that plays a factor. We talked about that with 97. It's like, damn, I've seen it, some of the sketchy stuff that goes on, but those guys, those black guys, love him. Like, they really like Nick Bosa. And I did the same thing with Roger Goodell. Now, I felt some type of way about Roger Goodell, and I don't know, maybe it was from you or maybe it's just in a different interview. I heard like what Dr. Edwards saying. I see Roger interact with players, coaches, like I said, black guys. They genuinely like, man, it's great to see you, Roger. How are you doing? He genuinely is looking at like, man, how are you? Is everything good? Like, you need anything? Everything cool? They have like nice symmetry. And that means something to me when I see people in a certain environment in the way others that may know somebody better than I do interact with them and have that type of relationship with them.
Yeah, I think that type of thinking is in the Roger Goodell scenario. I agree with you. Like, I get that. The Draymond Green, like, I get that. The Nick Bosa thing, I think we talked about on the other day. Hey, if y'all
this guy,
he was dapping up. Was it Ufunga? It was like they had this whole 20-minute handshake, and it's like, oh.
What you say, Dame? If you like it, I love it.
Gotta follow on IG for that. I think ex-Cowboys do the same thing with Jerry. And I always look at that different because when you're around the league, you're sporadically interacting with Roger Goodell, right? If you're a Dallas Cowboy, you're interacting a lot with Jerry Jones. And I always look at them dudes like, you're not getting the real Jerry Jones. You're getting the I'm the boss and you're my employee, Jerry Jones. Not only are you my employee, you're probably my star employee. I'm going to treat you differently. And that's always so, like, I always cringe when I hear Cowboy players talk about that.
You got to read that too. You got to read between those lines too.
Stop doing that.
Absolutely.
Like, y'all got to. There's the evidence is way too mounted against him for y'all to keep doing that.
Yeah.
And he asked you this question about Michael Jordan as we're having this discussion about his birthday coming up on Friday. This would have been a great discussion to have on Friday.
Stupid ESPN put out the story today. Jerks.
Is he the most influential athlete?
I think so.
Maybe ever.
I think so.
The thing I can't get over is the brand. The brand is so
it's massive.
It's just it's never going away.
No.
It is. I don't know that it's the biggest brand in the world, but like it's the biggest athlete centered brand.
Yeah.
And this dude hasn't played basketball in 20 years.
It's ingrained in our everyday life and our culture. Jordan brand is massive. And only maybe eclipsed by Nike. That's it.
I'm going to say no, though. I think the brand's bigger than Nike. I know, I mean, you know this as well as I do. I know who has final say. If the Jordan brand and the Nike portion of the Jordan brand want the same athlete, Nike doesn't win that battle. Jordan gets first pitch. And if they're willing to take the offer, he gets it. Nike can only make the pitch if Jordan says no.
Yeah, that's a great point.
And Jordan is very hands-on with his brand. It's not like he's sitting at home collecting a check. I don't know that he's designing shoes or apparel, but in terms of athletes that hit that label,
they got
to go through Jordan.
Absolutely. Yep. On the real quick on the flip side for what we talk about, now this guy, he looks like a jerk, and I think he's a jerk. And
it's a hell of a lead-in.
Don't nobody have anything different to say about him. That's Aaron Rodgers.
Well, no one from Aaron Rodgers' inner circle's talking. So, all we're doing is just making stuff up about Aaron Rodgers. None of it's true. Aaron Rodgers in one interview said, these guys, Ian Rappaport, Adam Schefter, they're really good at their job. They're great at what they do, but they're just making stuff up. And the things that they're telling you aren't real, but they're really, really good at their job. They're great at what they do. No knock on Rappaport or Schefter, but they're full of crap and they're making something up. What? Hold up. How does that work? I need y'all to explain that to me. Yeah, that dude sucks, man. We'll come back. James Ham joins us at the top of the hour. We'll get refocused. We'll talk Kings basketball. We'll just bring the Jordan conversation back on Friday for his birthday.
Run it back.
It's a good show idea. Steelo and KC on ESPN 1320. They really don't.
No.
They really don't.
Hold on, guys. I didn't get no breakfast. This is a double snack.
Yeah, I'm starving too. Sorry, guys. I'm responding to Matt George real quick. All right. Message sent. Oh, man. See what y'all got going on in here. Polo Ralph Lauren is bigger than Jordan Brand. Is Ralph Lauren wasn't an athlete though, was he? Wasn't he just isn't Ralph Lauren a designer? What else we got here? Come on, Nathaniel. Come on, man. Bruh. You know what? I'm glad you brought that up, Pragmatic Pessimist. We might have to bring that to the air.
Why do they invite him to do stuff?
Like, what are y'all doing, man?
I mean, they got to know what we know.
Oh, they know what we know. They absolutely know what we know.
Utah got the worst legends of all time of any franchise.
That works.
They got John Stockton, they got Karl Malone, and Rudy Gobert started COVID here. So
yeah, Rudy Gobert did start COVID. Oh, he's got the cake.
Had to go do that. I don't even like making dishes here, but I was like, I gotta do it.
You don't like what?
Making dishes here.
Oh, making dishes.
Yeah, dishes.
Yeah.
I was like, gotta do it, man. Gotta do what I gotta do. I might be the only one that eats this cake. I mean, there's a lot of consistently eats the cake. I think everybody's moved on, except for me.
D'Lo and KC, I'm trying to read this. Do you ever consider what athletes you have biases for, against, that cloud your opinions of them? Yeah, absolutely. I feel like we try to be pretty honest with that too. Yeah. But I also I think there's a couple of things to consider. I think the most obvious example is TD. But I think there's also a few things to consider in that question, Pragmatic Pessimist, is that we're never going to be the show that's like, yo, these dudes are trash. They're awful. They sell, like, especially like with the Kings, because like we're there. We're in front of those guys. We're passing them in the hallway. We're on the court near them. Like, we're interacting with them at times. Like, I don't want to say something on this radio show that I can't say to Alex Lynn, or that I can't say to Terrence or De'Aaron Fox or whatever player you can think of. If Buddy walked into the locker room, I'd make plenty of jokes about him. Like that wouldn't faze me a bit. But like, we're never going to be like the over the top trash these guys show. That's just not right. Kyrie Draymond dynamic. I don't know. I don't think so. Like, I don't think either of us have biases towards either one of them. Like, I've kind of said my piece on Kyrie. I have an endless amount of respect for him as a basketball player. Kenny and I disagree on some things regarding Kyrie, but I don't have any ill will towards him. I think he does a little too much sometimes. Draymond's probably the one where, speaking for me, not for you, I calm down a little bit because I'm with you in the sense. I think.
Where'd that come from?
I was talking. I was just trying to have a conversation over here on the chat, and Jessica was like, "Hey, you got to do the show here, guy."
That's become one of my favorite things to do. Is like when you guys are about to start a point, I just completely like stop you guys. Like, no, we're coming back. Like, stop that.
So I guess we'll bring it to the air.
Good
I want to see if I can. Pragmatic Pessimist has all sorts of great questions that are worth getting to. I can't find the original message, but Pragmatic Pessimist on YouTube.com/ESPN 1320 asked if he ever if we thought our biases towards certain athletes ever affected the way that we talk about them. And I think part of that is we just had the Aaron Rodgers conversation.
Mm-hmm.
I do not like Aaron Rodgers.
Mm-hmm.
There is nothing about his public persona whatsoever that I like. I think he comes across as a total jerk. I think he treats people poorly. I think he treats a lot of his teammates poorly. I just think he is an overall jackass.
Yep. I see the same
yes,
stuff.
That probably affects the way I talk about him because I just can't. Now, if he throws for 450 yards in an NFC Championship game and advances to the Super Bowl and wins it for once, yeah, I'm gonna give the man credit. I'd be like, yeah,
the divisional round,
biggest jackass in professional sports, just advance in the playoffs. Right. It's good for him. He's a hell of a ball player. I'll try never to I don't like Aaron Rodgers. I know Aaron Rodgers is a great quarterback. I don't think there are very many athletes that I can go, I don't like that person. I don't like Aaron Rodgers. There's probably a few others that I can't think of. I don't dislike Kyrie at all. I think Kyrie is a hell of a ball player. I think Kyrie does some stuff that just, you think Kyrie is a smart individual. I don't. That's the easiest way I can put this. I'm not going to say the man's stupid. He's certainly not. I'm not going to say he's dumb. He's none of those things. I just don't think he's always aware of what he's doing. I don't have an issue with Draymond Green at all. Like, in fact, I have a lot of respect for Draymond Green. The Hall of Fame thing always rubbed me the wrong way for some reason, because it was like, oh, this was a choreographed attack. Like, they've got missiles in position to strike. And I was told Draymond Green went to the Olympics to win another gold medal to strengthen his Hall of Fame case. I was like, oh, I can see that. Right. The second USA wins the gold medal, one of our buddies tweets about his Hall of Fame resume. And I was like, oh, you weren't kidding. And I don't know why that like stuck me the wrong way. There's no reason for it to. Draymond's
because it makes sense. Like, if I was Draymond Green, I'd probably do the same thing.
Draymond is a tremendous asset. He talks a little funny sometimes. I don't necessarily believe the new media thing is as revolutionary as he does, but I do appreciate his opinion, and I do appreciate the fact that he can speak from a perspective. And I'll use Russell Westbrook as an example. He can speak from a perspective without an agenda. I don't believe Dave McMenamin did. When Dave McMenamin was writing about Russell Westbrook, he was writing through the lens of someone who was feeding him for information, and both of the parties involved had agendas. And Draymond, or a player, Kevin Durant has a podcast too. They can speak on issues like this without an agenda.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that was well said. I mean, for me personally, I try not to, but I'm also human, so it may happen from time to time. I know I'm the guy that usually has an issue with Draymond, and I think I've also been pretty clear with what the main issue with Draymond is. It's not with the player necessarily, although, like you said, he says stuff that I'm like, stop, bro. Like, you're doing way too much.
Don't do that.
Don't do that. You're doing way too much, bro. Calm down. Like, you're not that nice. It's always with the coverage. Because the second you're like, yo, Draymond is just a cool player. No, watch more basketball. He does stuff that you just don't see if you don't watch basketball. Like, what?
Watch more film, bro.
Yeah, it's like, stop, bro. So then he does something basic. And then I pointed out to the people.
Look at
who
him
were just
coaching up Andrew Wiggins on the sideline.
I'll never forget that one. We had the whole show meeting with Danny in San Francisco about, what are you talking about? He's like, you see him getting James Wiseman, right? He just told him, look around, you're going to be open. I'll pass you the ball. Well, you don't understand. You just don't understand. The hell?
We don't understand basketball.
So that's usually the thing.
And that was my beef with Kyle Shanahan.
Mm-hmm.
Was the coverage. And now I've said I'm never going to say a bad word about Kyle Shanahan again, ever. I have
Kyle had a dream.
Kyle indeed had a dream, and I have the utmost respect for Martin Luther Shanahan. He is my guy. He is my coach. I'm rocking with that dude moving forward.
But look, and then the other thing about it, like I just talked about before the break, is like one of the things that I try to do is I try to just pay attention to people with other people, right? And I've said that a couple of different times. I said it in this last segment, and I said it before. I look at how Draymond interacts with other people and how, more importantly, how they interact with him.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they seem to like Draymond.
Yeah.
So whatever I may think about him, I can't really speak because I don't know him. They know him better than I do, and they seem to like him. So that always gives me pause to be like, well, maybe he's not the guy that I think he is. Maybe he's cool. You know what I'm saying? So I always try to factor those type of things in when I talk to him. But you said it during the break as well. Like, that's just not the type of people we are in general. We're not here to talk about how, unless I'm not going to say it never happened, but we're not here to talk about how much somebody sucks or I don't think outside of Aaron Rodgers and Brett Favre, we're never like, oh, this is a bad human.
Well, actually, that's actually the remark that got my attention from Pragmatic Pessimist, because he posed the question, have we done Karl Malone jokes yet?
Oh.
And you could go ahead and stack Karl Malone next to the Aaron Rodgers crappy athletes category here.
Mm-hmm.
Because the NBA, with the obvious tie to Utah, decided we're going to ignore everything regarding Karl Malone and his very disgusting past and invite him to the All-Star game because, he's Karl Malone and it's the All-Star game and it's in Utah. So why not? It seems they may have held off on inviting his good buddy, John Stockton. Now, who knew back in 96 what those two would turn out to be? But my goodness, this felt so off by the NBA, where someone should have said, hey,
let's not.
Don't do this. But yeah, they got the graphic out there and everything. Karl Malone.
Just happy about it. Just, yeah.
Literally no one asked for this.
No, bro. Stop. Speaking of the All-Star game, you see who's performing at halftime?
I saw like 4 acts announced and missed. Who's halftime?
It's
Burna Boy.
Burna Boy.
Yep.
Tim's and Rima.
In Utah.
That crowd is going to be lost.
I hope that crowd is full of out-of-towners, boy.
That crowd is going to be lost.
If there's any locals there, man, they are not going to understand what's going on.
Shout out to my guy Dragonfly Jones on Twitter. He goes, rolling out a Nigerian showcase like this would be fire in a city like Houston.
Yep.
I hope all 6 Nigerians in Salt Lake City enjoy the hell out of this, though.
There's no way there are 6 Nigerians in Utah.
He said 7 if Hakeem decides to show up.
There's if Hakeem shows up, there'll be 1. It will not be 7.
Be lost.
that beat's gonna cut off at the end, and it's okay.
You're gonna do last, and they just gonna be like, I don't get it.
Jesse Jesse says the Jazz need to start referring to Darren Williams and Carlos Boozer as their legends.
I'm telling you, Utah's got the worst legends in the game.
Why did you text me that and not say that on the mic? That's
Because you guys
funny.
were already talking.
That's hilarious. Two greatest legends in Jazz history. Darren Williams, and they thought Darren Williams was a legend. Darren ended coach's career. Wasn't it Darren that ran him out of town? Wasn't it Darren Williams that did that?
They had that kind of broke his heart.
They said
he couldn't get that to go through.
Oh man.
Darren Williams it's crazy too, because Darren Williams, I don't know if Jesse remembers. I don't know how, okay, he's not that young. Some of you young people who weren't outside yet, Darren Williams really was a problem.
Oh, Darren
Williams was
bad.
Like, I feel maybe this is a little blasphemous, maybe it's a little bit of a reach, but he was like how we view Dame Lillard right now for like 4 seasons.
Oh, I feel like that's
maybe Dame was a little
smidge bit.
Yeah, Dame was.
Yeah.
But the conversation was who's the best point guard in basketball, Chris Paul or Darren Williams.
Yeah.
Now that seems ridiculous. Then it was legit. Are you team Darren Williams or are you team Chris Paul?
Yeah. Who is the comparison for Darren? As James Ham joins us here of the Kings Beat is
I don't even introduce James
ESPN
anymore.
1320 Kings Insider James Ham. James, you lived through Darren Williams. Who is Darren Williams today? You know, well, you know who.
Yeah, that's a good question.
That's what I was gonna say. Is it 5?
It might be.
Is it De'Aaron Fox?
No.
No?
Fox is way faster. Way
Well,
faster.
I'm just saying, like the way he's viewed, like his ranking on the list of point guards today.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's like Brunson is one who he reminds me of as far as a player.
Oh, that's a good one.
That's a good one.
Yeah, or like Malcolm Brogdon with a little bit more game, like good Malcolm Brogdon, not the one that we've seen like the last year, like pre-injury Malcolm Brogdon. I don't know, like I have a like slightly jaded view of Darren Williams. Yeah, because like his last couple of years were a mess, right?
Yep.
And so basically, I mean, Jerry Sloan, he won the battle and Jerry Sloan quit because of him. And having him like going into a locker room, that Jazz locker room was a mess. It was a mess. So like I remember interviewing someone right next to, I'm trying to think who it was. Maybe it was like Matt Harpering. Somebody. Maybe not. We were interviewing someone next to Darren Williams, and it was post game, and Darren was waiting for his chance to talk. But instead of like sitting there waiting respectfully, he decided to put his headphones on and loudly recite explicit lyrics while we were trying to have while cameras are rolling in the stall next to him, and really like basically making anything that his teammates said like not viewable for television, because his voice was in the background popping off with very explicit lyrics. And then the second it was his turn, he pulled his headphones off and was like a choir boy and ready for his questions. So like I've seen stuff like that a couple of times in the locker room, but he was one of the prime examples of guys that were probably like disrespectful towards like the process and towards his teammates in that setting and towards the media, and like shockingly disrespectful. So like, and then just the way he ran basically Jerry Sloan out of the building, that was tough too. Cause you know, when growing up, Jerry Sloan is this like one of the toughest, like he's like the Clint Eastwood of head coaches. You know, he's this grizzled dude who doesn't take anything from anyone, broken nose, tough guy. And then to see him like late in his game and really like having problems with a singular player, that seemed to me like it was like not the way you want to go out in the league, especially for a legend.
Who's the Clifton Powell of head coach? Never mind. You're listening to
Shout out to my boy
KC.
I'm gonna get Clifton Powell on the show, man.
We got time. We got time. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Our 1320 Kings insider and creator of the Kings Beat, James Ham, kind enough to join us here today as the Sacramento Kings wrap up their first part of the NBA season. And we'll start with last night's game, a loss to the Phoenix Suns. Hammer, what were your takeaways from last night's game?
I know I'm gonna get shade for this. People aren't gonna like it.
Yep.
My takeaways were, man, you probably should have gone out and got a backup center at the deadline. Man, you should have got more length at the 3-4 at the deadline. Man, you might have want to address a backup point guard position at the trade deadline.
Well,
those were things that popped into my head while I was watching the game, while Kessler Edwards was on the court and Keon Ellis and
James. What would the backup center have done yesterday?
Maybe slowed, giving you a different look than what you had, and slowed DeAndre Ayton slightly. I don't know. Those are just while I'm watching, that's what instantly popped in my head. This Suns team is missing Kevin Durant and Landry Shamet and some players, Cameron Payne, right? Mm-hmm. This Suns team is going to be better 2 weeks from now than they are today. And the Kings are who they are.
So the Kings, but here's the deal. When people say that, you mean to tell me the Kings will be able to hang with the Suns if they got Mason Plumlee or Josh Richardson?
Well, I mean, you had holes that you could have worked with.
I just don't think they'd be. I just don't think they'd be on the floor
with those two players.
I think that's what we just keep getting stuck on is in a tight game. When would they have been on the floor? Domas played a ton of minutes last night, and I think part of it is you're in the game. I think Mike does a great job of coaching in the feel of the game. I don't think there would have been room for them.
I mean, that's always going to be the question, right? Whether acquiring players just to acquire players doesn't make sense. Acquiring players that can't get on the court, it doesn't matter how good a guy is defensively if he can't play, if he's not on the court, right? It's the KZ Okpala thing. It doesn't matter if KZ Okpala is one of your best defenders. If he's not good enough to play, he's not good enough to play. Just my concern again is that you just faced two teams that are competing with you for the 3, 4, 5, 6 spot, and you didn't have an answer for JaVale McGee on Friday, Saturday, and you didn't have answers for some of the things that are going to be problems. And that's all. This Kings team is good, and they're battling, and they're fighting for their spot in the standings. But that doesn't mean that their roster is perfect or that they couldn't have been better. And I think that's the biggest point. If you had an opportunity to get better, you get better, because that's what the other 8 teams in your conference that were hoping to battle for a playoff spot, or 7 teams, take out Denver, they all look to get better, and most of them did.
So Ham, what do you say to the reports that the Kings did try to get better, and they were trying to get Jared Vanderbilt, and kind of got the rug pulled from under them when Utah went with a different deal with them? I mean, that was the thing. Man, you didn't go out and get better. You didn't go and get better. It takes 2 to tango. You can inquire all you want. If somebody's doing a deal with somebody else, then not. What did we hear last week about Mason Plumlee? Charlotte wanted to the contender.
Yeah.
What do you do about that if you're a money contender?
But if you're the 3 seed, you're the 3 seed, or you're not the 3 seed.
General managers don't see Sacramento as a contender,
and we can't do
that.
Because all year, we can't do that though, Ham. Because when I've been they're in 3rd place, people are well, it's only because the West.
They're a week away.
Yeah. So we're not going to switch it up now. We're not going to act like they're a contender when this trade discussion comes up.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If you're gonna fight the good fight and say that you think that they are that team, then like when that's brought up, like at the end of the day, if you gave Charlotte more than an $11 million expiring contract and 1 second-round pick, they're going to take the deal. They're not going to value a player that's been there a year and a half over assets. And we can talk about like what the Kings got done, what they didn't get done. Like if the deal is better with some other team, then you have to increase your offer. That's the way the game works. That's the way trades work. And you can't convince me that you didn't have more to offer for Thibault, because I can quickly give you a deal that would have been better for both Charlotte and potentially for the 76ers, especially if you would have done the deal earlier and used your trade exception. You could have completely wiped out the need for one of those teams to have to give up a player. Like you could have done a deal to get Mason Plumlee where you gave up Alex Len and like a $2 million player, and the salary cap works, right? So as opposed to taking back an $11 million contract that you bought out in Reggie Jackson, you could have taken $8 million in contract or $6 million in contract and bought those out and saved money and got your second round pick out of the Kings for Mason Plumlee and put Mason Plumlee in a situation where he's playing with Jay Triano, who, he played for last year. So like those are deals where like, look, at the end of the day, if you don't close the deal, you don't close the deal. Like we don't know all the deals that were out there. Of course the Kings were trying to make trades. Like, of course they were. I'm not saying that they weren't. I know that they were in on Thibault until the last second, and they thought they had Thibault and didn't get him. And so at what point do you have to figure out a way to sweeten the deal and make sure you get a guy? And, that's going to be up to the Kings to manage their assets the way they want to manage them.
There's got to be a fine line between sweetening a deal, and the deal becoming bad. That's a fine line for Monty to walk.
No, I totally agree. I totally agree that there's a fine line to walk, but the game is to improve your roster. That's the ultimate goal. And you don't want to mortgage the future like what we saw some of these teams do, completely mortgage their future. That's not what I'm talking about. Mm-hmm. Adding a third second-round pick isn't mortgaging the future when we saw what the Kings did with their second-round picks last year and the year before. That's not. So, yeah, I think my point is, could they have done something? We're acting like all of a sudden there wasn't a single deal that the Sacramento Kings could make to improve their roster. That's just BS. It's just not accurate. Like, they got beat out for deals that were sitting there. These players that we bring up that could have potentially been there for the Kings, the reason why we bring up some of these players is because they actually had conversations. We know that they liked Baisley. We know that they liked Thibault. We know that they liked Vanderbilt. We know that they liked Plumlee. Like, those are deals where they were there, and every single one of those players got traded, just not to you, which means either the deal got way too steep for you and they were charging you some weird Kings tax, which doesn't make any sense because it's a trade deadline. Like, everyone's trying to either get better or get worse. That's the way the trade deadline works. Collect assets for players that are better than what the asset is today, or like try to get better. And so, like, look, I don't think they just didn't close deals that probably made sense and that we know that they like the players.
That's fair. That's fair. I'd look at a game like last night. I just don't think that Mason Plumlee was an X factor. I think the fact that you turned the ball over 17 times that led to 25 points for the Phoenix Suns is the reason why you lost last night.
I'll give Ham this too, in terms of what Ham's talking about, improving the roster, because we talked about it earlier. That bench was rough last night.
Yeah, rough.
Bench was rough. Outside of Terrence Davis, that bench was really bad last night, James.
I mean, you turned to Kessler Edwards and Keon Ellis in the third quarter of a very crucial game.
If you
right?
blinked or went to the bathroom, you missed Keon Ellis. He was there. It's true. We can confirm. But if you just happen to be, drinking a glass of water in that moment, you missed it.
He came in, he fouled someone, he went out. And like like it was the final 23 seconds or something like that, right? But at the same time, Kessler Edwards went in the game for longer than that. And I don't hate what he did. Like I thought, man, he does move well. He can defend on the perimeter. He is long. He reminded me a little bit of KZ Okpala. Just like a more developed, like bigger version, like as far as weight, he probably outweighs KZ by 10, 15 pounds. That's what I thought. I'm like, okay, but like you don't have time to tinker. And there was some tinkering going on in that game where you looked at the final, you looked at your bench and thought, okay, where am I going to go? And I don't, Mike Brown had to tinker at some point, but he doesn't have, he doesn't have a proven shot blocking agile big that he can put in the game. He's got, Alex Len, who hasn't played in months, and he's got Richaun Holmes, which sort of seem like they're not going to go to hardly at all here.
Well, Chimezie can't go out there and do nothing.
Right.
The key, like Kessler Edwards, like hey, all right, but we outlined this when he was traded. He hasn't played. He's barely played this year. I think the last time he'd been on the floor before last night was like December 10th. I think it was a while ago.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah, he didn't play in Brooklyn. So I get he's got to get back out on the floor. Chimezie can't go out there and do nothing. And that's what he did.
And there's two different conversations here right now because Kessler and Keon probably aren't playing if they have their best bench player available. Like those minutes are probably Terrence Davis minutes. Terrence Davis had to take Monk's minutes, so that's why he went a little deeper into the rotation. If Malik Monk is there, you probably get more production from the bench, and you probably don't even play those two guys. And the guy that's probably been one of the most consistent guys off the bench all year had a bad game. Trey Lyles had a bad game. He was 1 of 7. I think he had 4 points. He didn't play well. It happens.
I know you hate this. Malik was a +5 yesterday. I said that just to piss you off. Terrence was a +5.
Hey, damn, Malik +5. Inactive.
Terrence was a +5 yesterday.
God damn, plus minus.
Plus minus. Yeah, I mean, but did the plus minus of De'Aaron Fox versus Davion Mitchell, I'm just going to tell you, it looked like the right plus minus, right? So yeah. I think sometimes the plus minus, it doesn't work with what the eye test tells you. And then sometimes you look at it and go, okay, the second De'Aaron Fox stepped off the floor, every single time, it was like, oh, there goes any lead you had, and there goes a gigantic deficit.
Russell Westbrook would fix that.
He would fix that.
Yeah, he'd make the pluses pluser and the minuses minuser.
It's terrible, James. It's a Hall of Fame basketball player right there.
Depends on which version you get from one night to the next.
Well, I'll tell you what he's going to do, though. He's going to bust his ass every time he's out there on the floor. And to be clear, I believe Russell Westbrook is going to the Los Angeles Clippers. But if y'all keep screaming about backup point guards, there is a potential point guard out there, and his name is Russell Westbrook. Monty, if you're listening, get on the phone. I don't think you've got a shot, Monty, but get on the phone anyways.
Yeah, we just had that question. We went through all of the names in the buyout market or that could be in the buyout market. Is there anyone you guys like for the Kings? I mean, because Pat Bev has been bought out, right?
Hell
no.
Stanley Johnson was bought
I
out.
would like for them to take a shot at Stanley Johnson.
What about John Wall?
Shot at Stanley Johnson. It's the Kings.
Okay, so you got John Wall. You got Russell Westbrook.
I actually don't hate the John Wall
I'm not
idea.
mad at that.
I don't hate the John Wall idea.
Okay, Nerlens, which is still probably going to get bought out. He hasn't been bought out, but there's a good chance now that the Weissman deal happened, because he's hiding out in Detroit. There's a better chance that he gets bought out because with Weissman and Jalen Dern and Isaiah Stewart and Marvin Bagley and all that, they don't need him. And they're not going to pick up his contract.
I think it's worth pointing this out, and these are fine conversations to have. But when you look around at like guys who have been Reggie Jackson's, they're signing in Phoenix, in Dallas, in Denver, Milwaukee, but like they're signing on teams they feel like they have a chance to win a championship. I believe Russell Westbrook's going to feel like he has a chance to win a championship. with the Los Angeles Clippers. Unfortunately, as much of a feel-good story as this is, as good of a team as I believe the Sacramento Kings are, I don't think someone in that market who has the ability to literally go wherever they want to is going to sign in Sacramento.
I agree. I mean, I
think all those guys you just named are going to get offers. John Wall, I don't really know. I like the idea of John Wall. John Wall has showed clearly he's not washed. Like, he could still play ball. Can he do what you want him to do? He could score a lot more than Davion Mitchell can. He can't guard like Davion Mitchell, so there's a trade-off.
Right.
But he can score.
We keep crying about defense.
Yeah, and the other guy was Will Barton. I like Will Barton too. Like,
sure.
Yeah. Like all of these guys, but like that's always the problem. Like I know a lot of people, the first thing they said, hey, jump in the buyout market. And it's like, okay, when was the last time the Kings signed someone in the buyout market? And then their answer was the same answer that we had earlier. Well, the Kings weren't the 3rd seed in the Western Conference. It's like, okay, like that's fine. Let's go ahead and let's make a bet on how many players are going to sign here in the buyout market.
The Kings are still not perceived as the 3rd seed in the Western Conference. They are, but they're not perceived as the 3rd seed in the Western Conference.
Which is why you couldn't get Mason.
TNT is going to go out of their way to not talk about the Kings being in the 3rd spot when they talk about the standings in the Western Conference this weekend.
Which is why you didn't. One of the reasons why you didn't get Mason Plumlee.
Probably, yeah.
Because you're not, like, I think they're the 3rd seed. I don't think they're looked at as a championship contender. And if they had the things they were trying to do.
It doesn't matter what Charlotte says. Like, if you offered them more than what they got, they're going to go with the deal. Like, they'll toe this company. Oh, we wanted to get Mason. We have so much respect for him. We want to get him to the right spot.
More than 4 second-round picks. Like,
well, see, that's it, right. That's
what's more.
No, Mason Plumlee. No, they got 1 second-round pick.
So what, you want to give them 3? Like,
no, they got.
Are they really going to be like, well, they're giving us 2 second-rounders, so we're going with that deal? No, they'll send them to the Clippers. No, they won't. Not for 2. Like, to change their mind, you're probably talking 3 or 4. And what are we talking about at that point for Mason Plumlee?
Wait, I'm confused. Why?
All things considered, if they got 1 second-round pick from the Clippers to send Mason there, and the Kings said we'll give you 2, they were not taking the Kings deal. That's not enough. Like, to sweeten the pot, to be like, man, this is just too much. It would be 3 or 4. And what are we doing giving up 3 or 4 second rounders for Mason Plumlee?
No, that's just not the case. Like, if they got 1 second-round pick, a second round pick actually has value. Like, if they had 1 deal with 2 second-round picks, 1 deal with 1 second-round pick, they're taking the deal with 2 second-round picks.
Not enough. If Damian's my man's, and that's my man, and this other guy on the street is offering me 2, but this is my guy, don't trip, Dame. That 2 is there. I'll do it for 1 because you're my guy. Yeah, Jerry West, Mitch Kupchak, you're my guy. I'll do it for 1. It's good. 2's not good enough.
Yeah. I don't think there's any.
You got to make them an offer they can't refuse, and that's kind of what I feel like it was.
Yeah. When we're talking about collecting assets at the trade deadline for a team that's at the bottom of the Eastern Conference, they're collecting assets. They don't really care. It's a nice story after the fact that we wanted to send him to the right place. Whatever. The guy was there for a year and a half. He wasn't there for 5 years. I mean, like Mason Plumlee was. They traded for him. He was like a short-term rental.
I do think the Mitch Kupchak, Jerry West thing has validity to it.
That's possible.
Part of the game. Like, that's part of what this is.
Yeah, but like we talk about that, then, the Kings didn't get the deal done with Monty McNair and his guy, Daryl Morey, with the 76ers for Thibault. So,
you said they were in on it. They thought they were going to get it. I don't know what happened.
Well, yeah, but what I'm saying is, like, this is business. It's not about, like, if you have an option to get better, and whether that's assets or whether it's like a player, you go with what's better. We're not seeing NBA teams giving away things to their friends just to give things away to their friends.
I'm sorry. Pau Gasol is on the line. They want to have a conversation. Lakers Pau Gasol trade is on the line. Okay. How about this, James?
We
When did
beating the dead
DeAndre?
horse? Is that what we're doing? Poor dead horse.
When did? And I don't know why we always why like let's not have dog fights or beat horses. Let's
Who's
just
in the
leave,
catbird seat?
Let's leave bird. Let's just leave animals out of this. When did DeAndre Ayton become Kareem Ayton-Jabbar? The stat sheet said he was 13 of 17 last night. I'm convinced he didn't miss a single shot.
Yeah.
He hit everything. Like they got like Chris Paul was in a groove last night. Like they looked good last night, Hammer.
They ate you alive in the mid range.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't know what to make of that. Like
7 8 threes for Phoenix last night.
Yeah, did Devin Booker even take one?
He did not.
Yeah, Devin Booker didn't take a 3.
0 for 0.
That's a very, very good scouting report by the Phoenix Suns and a team that bought into the scouting report and lived it. That's what that was. Like, first of all, the thing that impressed me with Ayton, and I've been hard on Ayton. Like, I don't, again, he is probably a top 10 center in the NBA, but like how high up that list, I don't know.
He's quietly had a very nice season, by the way.
Good.
I thought his decision making last night showed me like huge progress in him. He caught the ball, turned and fired, even in the mid range. Like there were moments where it was like, holy cow, did you see how fast he got that shot up? Those are things that he hadn't done. Like his mid range jumper like was spectacular. He literally like just looked like he watched Thomas Bryant against Domantas Sabonis. Like he read the scouting report, he saw that game and said, "Oh, I can do that. Like all I got to do is like just turn around and hit the open jumper." Okay, I'm game. So yeah, like the Kings, again, we're talking about the scouting report on these guys. You got to figure out ways to beat teams, and there's plenty of tape on the Kings at this point, and we're seeing centers go in and shoot over the top of Sabonis. That he needs more help. That's what he needs. He needs help at the 4. He needs help at the backup center position. He just needs more help. Even if it's guards collapsing and giving some resistance on the backside to Ayton on some of those plays, whatever it is, you got to figure it out, because that to me was, they just ate the Kings alive in the pick and roll. I mean, Chris Paul had 9 first quarter assists. He just picked them apart. And then he went to work and started hitting his mid-range jump shot. And again, that was because the Kings tried to make an adjustment on the big, and he just ate them alive.
Yeah, it's just one of those games, man. Yeah. The Suns play better. I mean, we talk about all the things that the Kings didn't have and what they did. They still were right there with about 5 minutes to go. You know, they missed some shots. There was a couple of shots by Chris Paul that were that's not a scouting report shot. Like he hit some nasty fall away shots. Devin Booker hit some nasty fall away shots. A couple of the Kevin Huerter threes didn't go. Yeah. Trey Lyles, it's the game. It's sometimes it's not a big sweeping indictment on the roster, the players, the other team, anything like that. Like you play a game, somebody wins and makes shots. And
they didn't revoke De'Aaron and Domas's all-star status last night.
Like you play a game.
I hope not. They had 35, 24, and 15.
Right. You play a game, you lose. Phoenix hit some big shots last night. They played really well, and they won that game. That's all it is.
Yeah, and I look at like hear people in the chatty house saying, "Hey, Domas has to be better on defense." Like you have to understand that Domas's job is not to defend the opposing center for 48 straight minutes, or even for the 36 minutes that he's in there. He has all these other responsibilities to have like weak side help and to support his teammates in specific ways, to play in the pick and roll. There are all these different aspects. And the fact that the Kings don't have guys that are stepping up alongside him, that they don't have guards and forwards that are keeping players out of the key, that are breaking down the Kings defense and then creating space for his player to get, 2 feet of space to get a shot up. Like those are things that have been that Mike Brown has had to deal with all season long. Like you can even look at the fact that teams hit a bunch of threes against the Kings, right? That's a conscious decision from Mike Brown to try to protect Domantas Sabonis from getting in foul trouble. So his guards and his wings don't They keep letting guys get to the middle of the key. Sabonis gets caught in rotation, gets foul calls against him, has to go sit on the bench. How do you stop that? You sink your defensive players back a step and give up more options on outside the three-point line to protect Sabonis in the middle. And that's not because Sabonis is a horrible defender. It's because a lot of the players around him aren't keeping their guys out of the key. And then we add to that the rebounding aspect where Sabonis has all of these responsibilities as a rebounder. Man, like Harrison Barnes had 2 rebounds last night, and one of them came really, really late in the game. He's averaging 3.5 rebounds over his last 25 games. Like, where did you go? You were the second leading rebounder on this team, and all of a sudden, Keegan Murray stepped up and started grabbing a few more rebounds. Okay, you needed Keegan Murray to step up and start grabbing more rebounds to help the team, not so Harrison Barnes doesn't have to grab rebounds. Or like it's like there's some aversion to rebounding on this team out of nowhere, which they were, again, one of the best defensive rebounding teams in the league for about 40 games. Teams have made adjustments. They're pushing the envelope on the Kings because they see they're scouting them in a different way than they did at the beginning of the season. There's more tape on them at this point.
Well, they did out-rebound them yesterday. They did out-rebound
Dallas
them.
didn't make no
We'll step out. We'll come back. We'll talk more with James Ham. Probably not agree on anything, but we'll talk Kings basketball here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
This cake has been staring at me in my eyes.
Just talking to you. Come on, Kenny. What you waiting for? Montes bonus only gets...
It's 45 rebounds.
This is the second time I've seen this. I didn't. The Suns announcers are puzzled by Kevin Huerter being in the 3-point contest.
Yeah, that was slightly strange.
Do better.
It's all right, guys.
I think they're a little angry that Devin Booker didn't get in the All-Star game.
I can see that.
Yeah, and that Devin Booker isn't shooting threes. We were talking about this too on the pod. Anthony Simons, like, he's probably out.
Yeah.
So are they gonna bring someone else in, or do you think maybe they call Keegan?
They should call Keegan.
Yeah. I mean, we're talking about a dude who's shooting 42% from 3. So
that's a few too many Kings.
They have Kata's there too. You know, we forget about that.
Yeah, I was wondering that is that so that goes on this weekend too?
Yeah, it's before the All-Star game. It's Sunday morning before the All-Star game.
Come on, man. Come on.
A Damian Lee in? What?
Good Lord.
And I thought Huerter was pretty good against them. Like, I mean, didn't he hit 4 threes?
They don't watch the league, man. That's what a lot of these people don't do.
Yeah, apparently not. As James says, Kevin Huerter's on the Atlanta Hawks, according to the NBA app.
Yeah, come on.
He is.
The league don't watch the league.
Well, I think it was the league that had was it Keegan Bradley making his Kings debut?
I mean,
standout rookie Keegan Bradley.
It's the same league that put up Chris Murray's picture on draft night.
It's the same league that invited Karl Malone to the All-Star game.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
I'm surprised they didn't invite John Stockton.
Yeah, right? Exactly. Hey, we draw a line at COVID, but pedophilia, hey.
Like,
hey, that's okay.
There are some lines we don't cross. Like, okay. Like, how do you, I mean, you're in Utah. Like,
Mike statutory rape in here is no problem, but anti-vaxxers,
yeah. And my question too, do they pull down the anti-racist, the 1-800 hotline that they have, the giant banner in the corner of their arena for All-Star Weekend? Because it you know, looks like it was.
They leave that up when Burna Boy performs.
Yeah, you got to remind them. Got to remind them here.
Got to have the tip line up.
I'm not saying they should be punished, but I don't know how they got an All-Star game. Like, that makes no sense. It makes no sense. They went to.
Say this is the first one in 30 years. Is that what it said?
93 was the last one.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, they got no business, especially when there's places that haven't gotten an All-Star game. I'm not even talking about Sacramento. They could have went to Portland. I'm surprised Portland's never got an All-Star game. What are you doing going to Salt Lake City?
And that Nike employee store would be flooded.
Right. It would look like Safeway yesterday.
In the flower section.
Place was madhouse. An absolute madhouse.
Getting there last bit. Those flowers were 4 times the price yesterday than they are today.
That place was a madhouse.
John Poles. No, I don't know who Burna Boy is.
James, that's okay. That's all right. That's all right.
Yeah, so that performance is made for TV. They might as well do that like the what is the Firefly Funhouse when he played John Cena. Just do it like that. He don't need to be in front of them people.
I wonder if the Grammys thing was taped.
With Hove?
Yeah.
Probably.
They just tape it the night before?
Probably so. Everything was a little too naked.
It's too perfect.
I know they block off a lot of the area, but still.
Yeah, super quiet.
Yeah.
Stuff.
I've been to Salt Lake. I don't get where all their hotels are that Sacramento doesn't have. I'm confused. And yeah, they've got a big school right there that you can do events at and stuff. But I mean, Sac State, Davis, there are plenty of event places in Sacramento that you can do.
What they say one time, do the All-Star game here and just take everybody to Napa.
Well, they were pitching. Chris Granger pitched a Sacramento Napa and have like a shuttle bus that goes back and forth with fans. So, and they also pitched bringing a cruise liner or two.
I think the Olympics did that, right?
The Delta.
I feel like the men's basketball team stayed on a cruise ship for one of the Olympics. I can't remember which one.
Oh, they did that in Rio.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think we're back. Yeah, we're back. I think I just figured it all out. We welcome everybody on the Odyssey app, 1320 AM, 98.5 FM, HD2. If you're watching on YouTube, we appreciate you. Hit the thumbs up, hit the subscribe buttons. I just figured out the All-Star thing. If we loan James's boats to the NBA, they could dock like they did in Rio and All-Star game here in Sacramento.
That's a good call.
I don't have no covered boats.
Would you be willing to loan your 3 boats to the National Basketball Association? So
I've got no covered boats. It wouldn't help. Yeah.
I was thinking about the
at least 2 teams could stay at Ham's house.
Well, that's for sure. And then the other 4 could stay at your house.
That's cap.
Nobody's staying in my house.
Well,
my house isn't that big. Come on.
The hell he is.
That's funny.
I was thinking about the cruise ship thing too. I mean, it's not going to happen, but there's a different way to get the cruise ship downtown because they can't get it past the Tower Bridge.
No, you can take it up the Delta. There's a way to get a cruise ship. There are container ships and stuff that come up the Delta. There's a way to do it. A cruise ship can fit all the way up there. They had an area to dock it and everything. I don't know.
They should do it.
The Port of Sacramento. See, there we go. That's what it was.
Port of Sacramento.
Port of Sacramento. The tour. No, Bryce says the Tower Bridge opens. It doesn't open. It raises, and it doesn't raise higher than a cruise ship.
A cruise ship is huge. Yeah. I still don't understand.
Just book it. We'll figure it.
Just book it. If you're going to Salt Lake City, you can go anywhere.
That's facts.
Yeah. I would also there's a couple of towers that are being built in Sacramento, a couple of big apartment complexes. If you can, or whatever their lofts or whatever they're doing, if you can build those buildings for an event like that, then convert them afterwards, then that works as well. So, but you have to have everything building at once.
There's a high-end Marriott that's being built too.
Yeah, they also the Hyatt just got built there's a small Hyatt right by the arena now, like on the corner, right around the corner.
The one downtown, they got a little rooftop. Something I heard about. I'm about to go check that out in the springtime.
I think that's what we're talking about. It's the same one. It's like it's on the corner of 7th and L. Like
Yeah.
right by the Starbucks, right past the Starbucks on the corner. They converted an old hotel
Oh yeah,
that was
no, yeah, for sure. I've been in now. That's a nice hotel. Well, I've been in the lobby. That's really
Yeah.
nice. I think there's another rooftop joint. What's the old one that people used to stay at? The teams. I think Kobe got sick.
oh Sheridan. I
Not the
think it was a
Sheraton, the other one that's right across from the Capitol. What is that?
Isn't it the Sheraton?
No, the Sheraton's next to the convention center. The one on the other side of the Sheraton. It's basically on the other side of the Sheraton.
I know. I
and it's
visualize it.
facing
I can
the
visualize
Capitol.
it. I don't remember what hotel it is.
The Sheraton's
Yeah.
next to the convention center.
They're saying the Hyatt.
Hyatt.
The Hyatt Regency. The Hyatt Regency.
Good call, Chatty House.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know what we're doing right now.
Why did he
Where's
picture? Where did that come from?
Where's next year? Is next year Indy?
Yeah. Geez.
Oh
It's
man.
nasty, bro. It's
Got
nasty.
the skywalk. You can walk to everything. Good God.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the biggest thing that they're missing is that California weather this time of year. I mean, it's cold for
Yeah, it's a
us.
bad
We're
example
like,
to say, but yeah.
we're like, holy cow, it's cold. It's 53 degrees. Like I went to New York City and it was like -9, and like you couldn't walk a city block without having to drop into like a coffee shop because I was getting frostbite on my face and my ears. Like it was so cold.
Oh, you got the Tom Coughlin when it gets too cold.
Yeah.
Face is
I
really
get
red.
the red. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think everyone was that way. I mean, it was so cold. Like it wasn't
Dude, I went to the
comfortable.
All-Star game in Dallas. It was snowing.
Black ice. Come on, man. You don't
Yeah.
want that. I think
Thought I was
I
gonna
honestly
die
do
there.
think they're gonna and this is the sad thing about it. I think they're gonna go back to the Bay Area soon.
Oh yeah. They'll
when-
go to Chase.
By the time they announce it, it'll be like 25 years since they've been. Yeah, they'll go there before they come to the Bay Area or to Sacramento.
Yeah. It's unfortunate.
Well, Chase Center, Vegas.
I can go back to Vegas. We'll be live.
They gonna do Allegiant? You think they'll do Allegiant, or will they just go to Thomas and Matt or
No, they'll do
MGM?
Allegiant. They'll do Allegiant.
You think so?
Yeah, they'll do Allegiant. They did Jerry's World.
They did. That's the one I nearly died at.
Oh my gosh.
Van hits the turn, snowing, black ice everywhere. I would say we were on 3 wheels, might have been on 1 wheel at that point. I was just like, well, this is it. This is it. Steadies the vehicle. Not used to driving in this weather. You don't say. You don't say. All right. It's cool.
That's one thing I miss about not traveling. I do miss, like, I was in New Orleans and an 85-year-old woman picked me up and drove me around town, and she said if she stays home, that the grandkids drop the great grandkids off and leave them there with her all day. So she just tells everybody she's going to go do her driving and was an Uber driver. I miss the Uber drivers. They're the best. Like in every city you go to, you're just meeting new people and like sitting in someone's car and hanging out.
That's tremendous. Yeah. That's
a good
life. James, this is the best. I'll play along here. First half of basketball.
There you go.
First part, but fine. It's first half of basketball you've ever covered as a reporter, as a writer. I think, I don't remember if it was this. I know this question was asked of Monty a couple of days ago, but when did you think, hey, I think we got something here? At what point in the first part of this season did you think, I think we might have something here?
Yeah, he talked about the Utah game, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Like, you keep waiting for the moment for it to end. I think that's something that we're conditioned here in Sacramento. I'll tell you the moment against Dallas on Saturday. That was a moment where De'Aaron Fox like said, "I am a star," and like of all the moments of his career, that was one that I think was just stunning to watch. And it was like, yeah, they've got 2 superstars. Well, like, what am I? And he just went out there. He was the best player on the court. And so I can tell you, like, Fox has had a bunch of great moments. Sabonis has had a bunch of great moments. They've had good moments as a team. Getting a win like that against a rival that's right on your tail, that if you lose that game, you're looking at not being the 4th seed going into, not being the 3rd seed going into the All-Star break. Like, I keep waiting, like, all the time for that moment where it's like, oh, great, they just lost 5 in a row. Like, here we go again. Let's see if they bounce back. And that's just because, again, like, we've been preconditioned here for failure. Like, so many years of like, failed experiments, like, and this team keeps plugging away. And so I think that that's cool to watch them, like, have some resiliency and to show that they can, do something that no one else has done here for 16 years.
Yeah, no, it's very cool to see. There are some really good moments from this first half. Like when you go back and you look back on, the buzzer beaters or some reactions from home games. I don't know if this is when I knew they were real, but it feels like the earliest moment when I felt this way was that Detroit game and the way they came back and the way they won that game, the one at home. I guess that's probably when I started to believe in what I have deemed the superpower. I was like, oh, these guys, they don't play defense, but they gonna score. And if you can't stop them from scoring, they're gonna bring you out into the deep waters and they're gonna get you. That's what happened. Detroit played a great game. They played a great game offensively that game. Like Kevin Knox was hitting threes. They were hitting, but they couldn't do it for the whole game.
There were some excited people in the front row for that game.
There were some excited people in the front row who were sitting very sheepishly come the last 4 or 5 minutes.
Probably because they read your derogatory tweet.
Well, I didn't talk to him like I did Devin Booker.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
Yeah, I'd say this. Going back and looking at the schedule, it's so early in the season, but the 7-game win streak was so improbable early in the year. So you saw them. They beat Orlando in overtime, but that only put them at 3-5. Then they lost to the Warriors the next game, and dropped to 3-6. And you looked at the schedule, and it was Cleveland, Lakers, Warriors, Nets, and just those 4 right there. I thought, okay, this could be 5 straight losses. Mm-hmm. And even like the thought sunk in right there, like, will they ever get back to 500? Will they ever have an opportunity? Because again, if you lose those games, and again, Cavs, Lakers, Warriors, Nets, those 4 games, that puts you at like 3-10 on the season. 7 games under 500 is really hard to come back from. And, after that, you had the Spurs, you had the Pistons, but even the 7th game in that series was the Grizzlies. And that might have been the moment where it's like, okay, this team does have some resiliency. They do have some oomph. They walked, they beat a really good Cavs team. They beat the Lakers, and even the game against Brooklyn where they dropped like 150. That was one where you're like, holy cow, this team has so much offensive firepower. And we kept looking at the stats even then, like, oh, their offense is really good. This is kind of weird. And I even remember saying, like, the advanced stats said that their offense was way better than a top 10, because right then they were 10 or 11 in offensive rating. I kept telling you guys, like, the true shooting numbers are number 1 by such a far shot. The effective field goal percentage, the assist to turnover ratio, all of those things had them as a much better offense than what they were as far as like the overall statistics said. And then all of a sudden they clicked and they started just rolling on teams, and you're like, oh wow, look at this team go. So maybe that was when I like, oh, okay, maybe they have something here. But again, you're waiting as someone who's covered this team forever for the shoe to drop, the other shoe to drop, like, all the time. You're like, okay, when's this going to end? Because I'm not used to this.
Hey, this is an exciting. I'm just thinking back in my head as we talk about this. They've had a lot of exciting moments. Remember in Cleveland, they finished the game on a 19-0 run. They come back.
Gosh.
They were down 9 with like 3 minutes to go.
Yeah.
Finished the game on a 19-0 run to win the game. Like, You got that. Obviously, you got.
I mentioned this, that Laker game, which was a part of that seven game win streak. Like to me, that was like De'Aaron is, De'Aaron's that dude. Like he willed them to that game, to win that game. And
talking that talk afterwards. Too.
Young Cole brings up a good one. That Denver split.
Mm-hmm.
On December 27th and 28th was phenomenal. I mean, obviously they lost one of those games, but just phenomenal to come back and win the second one.
Yeah, it's so hard when you cover a team daily. Like, I mean, I think all of us, our brains work differently. Like, you guys know John Dickinson, 95.7 the game. John Dickinson can, like, his recall for like crazy stats for specific games and specific dates is absolutely crazy. And so like all of us like process games differently. And when you're covering a team and you're there every day and everything, like they blend in together, they roll in together because you have to, just like the team, you can't worry about what happened yesterday. You have to move on, right? Like, so if they string a losing streak of 5 games, which they haven't done, if they start having like this elongated losing streak, then you look at more as a collective than you do as individual games. Or when they start winning all these games in a row, which is something that, again, I haven't covered in my years. Like I hadn't seen a 7-game win streak. The team hadn't won, 7 in a row since like 2003, 2004, something like that. So like you don't really have time to process each loss or each win. You just go on to the next one. And maybe that's why I'm still not in a mode where I'm 100% like guaranteed, like this team is going to finish at this point in the standings. And I'm just not, but at least in the now they've been resilient. They can take a punch. They can deliver a punch. They win tight ball games. They're 3-0 in overtime. They've got like an elite closer, an elite big man. They're fun. And that's why I like to live in the moment more than like look at the whole thing, I guess.
Yeah. Hey, question for both of you guys. Can you guys remember the game that snapped the game with a 7-game winning streak? Who they lose to?
Atlanta.
Oh, that's phenomenal knowledge by Ham.
In Atlanta?
In Atlanta.
Oh, they were just they were just asleep that day. Yeah.
Yeah.
That day.
I wanted the Kevin Huerter revenge game so bad. Yeah, they were like, that was one of those games from jump where you're like, oh.
And didn't they win a road game before that? And it was like, oh, they got that first one on the road. I forgot who that was against.
I could look. I have this.
No, the Atlanta, the Atlanta game is where they.
Yeah, they beat Memphis.
They beat Memphis.
Oh, yeah.
They beat Memphis the night before.
Right. Then they went to Atlanta and lost. Yeah. Good times.
Good times.
It ain't over. It's not over, Ham. They're going.
Well, they lost because they only scored 106 points, and the rule is you got to get to 114.
How many they scored last night?
Wasn't 114. I know that. 109.
Score.
5 more points, they would have won. The math doesn't check out in that, but if they had gotten to 114, they wouldn't have lost. That's what the
score. Like I said over the weekend,
these are the real scores.
You're not gonna beat the Kings by trying to outscore them.
That's right. That's expert analysis. That's
facts.
Was it Trent Dilfer who said you can't lose in the NFL and win games? Was that? I can't remember if that was Trent Dilfer or not.
Did you see during the Super Bowl week when Trent Dilfer was talking crazy about other quarterbacks?
No.
And they pulled up that clip of him in the Super Bowl.
Oh goodness.
Hey, he had a wide open receiver, like as wide open as you can imagine somebody down the field, and he threw it 10 yards into the sideline.
I hate to see it.
Oh,
man. You can't
Fresno
lose games
State,
in the
man.
NFL and win. That's how it works.
Science.
Oh man,
Science, baby.
put me on ESPN right now, man. I got it down pat, man.
That's science, baby. Kings got the Portland Trailblazers coming out of the break. We'll have plenty of time to talk. Are you excited about All-Star? Like you don't really you'll get a couple of days off, but you got to work Saturday, you got to work Sunday. I mean, you've got to work All-Star Weekend for the first time in a while. I mean, outside of Buddy's 3-point shooting, you've got duties this weekend.
Yeah, I'm not going. So like once you've been to a couple of All-Stars, you're like, okay, it plays out better on TV than it does like any other medium. So like all of the, the interviews and stuff, it's all shared information. There's no one-on-ones. There's no like moments with players or anything else. We're going to ask them the same questions there as we did the last 2 weeks here in Sacramento. And so like, will I cover it? Yeah, I'll watch it. I'm not going to like sit there and write a recap of the 3-point shootout unless Kevin Herter wins. I probably won't do a write-up on the Rising Stars unless Keegan is the MVP. But I still like, you can appreciate it. Like, I like the fact that they're there. I think my biggest takeaway, my biggest hope for this weekend is that Fox gets really gets to enjoy the weekend. He's been through like the darkest times that any player could possibly go through being here in Sacramento all this time. And so I'm looking forward to him having a weekend where him and the wife and the baby and mom and, everyone gets to take in All-Star Weekend and really like be embraced as an All-Star because he has been a star this year.
Buddy Hield, the betting favorite to win the.
He's a hell of a 3-point shooter.
He is.
He's a hell of a 3-point shooter.
He ain't winning though.
He might win.
He ain't winning. I'm giving it to Kevin Herter.
It's like Buddy's
Kevin
either
or Dame. Tyrese might win it though too. Laurie Marketing might win.
Laurie Marketing might win that. Just tell Marketing he's playing against the Kings. He'll get some buckets.
Yeah, playing against anybody this year.
Yeah, man, that dude's crazy.
He could be in the dunk contest if you tell me playing against anybody.
I totally recommend fans go to an All-Star game. It's a blast. It's a blast as a fan, but as a reporter, like, number one, there's too many reporters, so there's not enough seats. Like, there is no personal time with the players. It's chaotic. I mean, even if you get a player for post game, it might be 90 seconds with the player, and then like DeMarcus got traded on, and that ruined like his All-Star stuff. Yeah, it's just really wild.
It's definitely fun to do like once if you get the opportunity to go like one time. And I don't think you'll ever feel like, oh, I've got to go again. Like you'll enjoy it like the one time.
I'll go a few times depending on the city.
Well, and that's okay. We'll send you to Indianapolis next year.
Depending on the city.
We appreciate you so much for being with us. If you're listening on the Odyssey app or on ESPN 1320 and you want more Kings talk, don't go anywhere. We'll run it back next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Go McClatchy.
Dunzo. Great stuff, man.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the All-Star Weekend, it is fun, but it's just so chaotic. I was a little bummed because I did like someone reach out like, hey, if you're going to be there, let me hook you up with some some parties and some.
I think the same person text us.
Yeah. The rooms where you get to go to some
suite,
spot.
the gift.
The gift suite. Yeah. Like, I'm used to getting like the backpack or the T-shirt from All-Star Weekend.
The gift suite at Nike is pretty dope. You walk in, you pick up a duffel bag, and that duffel bag is loaded.
Oh, see what the? Yeah. Now I'm wishing I was there. Damn it.
And we could go together. I think Matt George is on his way. We could get an Airbnb.
There we go.
We could all take Kenny to Utah.
Well, let's settle down.
Yeah. And you know what? Like, how many silly questions are asked in like the media scrum? So like when we're in New Orleans, it's like, if you were a Smoothie King smoothie, what flavor would you be?
Oh, good Lord, man.
And you're just sitting there looking over it at like a local television reporter, like, you did not just ask that. And then the stupid part is every single player you go to, they ask the same question. And you just like, you want to dom piano, like bang your head against the piano. It's like, oh, like, stop asking. You're wasting our time. Why are you here? It's really, really like the struggle's real. So yeah, there are things there where you're like, now having the Hall of Famers there, that's a cool thing where you get to, if you show up for the Hall of Fame announcement and all that, where you can go, because a lot of the Hall of Famers show up to like welcome in the new member. That's fun. Yeah.
All right, guys, we got to get out of here because Squints needs the studio. Thanks for rapping. Hit the thumbs up before you go. Hit the subscribe buttons before you go. Go check out the new Kings Beat podcast. We'll see you guys for Batty Thursday tomorrow.
Yeah, man.